Chapter 636. Oh, you actually accepted a disciple. As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, the interest of the elders suddenly rose, and they asked one after another, especially Zhu Qintao, almost like a confession. Quickly say it! Where is your disciple's origin? What is his name? What is his attribute? What is his aptitude? And still not quickly say it! The disciple who could let Yang Chen take a fancy to must be absolutely a good talent. When Yang Chen was a disciple in the Yeshio villa, he was famous for his unique vision, and his guidance made people speechless. The disciple that Yang Chen accepted naturally made everyone curious. The disciple that this disciple received is named Mu Bo, a cypress tree demon. Yang Chen did not conceal it, and there was nothing to hide. The origin of Mu Bo could be seen when they met, and there was no need to hide it at all. It was found in the extreme north of the monster plane. The aptitude is absolutely excellent, and may even be equal with the dancing snow fairy. The cypress became a demon. Naturally, it was a wood attribute. This everyone did not need to ask, and Yang Chen did not need to answer at all. Tree demon. Everyone was stunned, but they did not think that the first disciple of Yang Chen was not a cultivator, but a tree demon. However, everyone was just a little surprised, but there was no rejection. Now the first master of Chunying Palace, Gui Shanyu, the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics, was an osmanthus tree demon. Everyone knew that the tree demon was powerful. Yang Chen chose a cypress demon as an apprentice, and it was not unacceptable. The aptitude of the dancing snow fairy is equal. This sentence made everyone a little surprised. The dancing snow fairy's son, Qingshua's reputation in recent years has been great, and it has faintly caught up with the cold plum fairy Shi Shanshan. If it was not because of the limitation of her cultivation base, she would definitely be on par with Shi Shanshan. This Mu Bo unexpectedly has such a good aptitude. Now everyone in Chunying Palace has accepted the existence of the Hall of Eccentrics and accepted living in the same sect with these monster races. If Mu Bo really has such an outstanding talent, it would definitely be a great event for Chunying Palace. Maybe it's more than that. Yang Chen smiled and said, After all, it is the first wood demon. The attribute is pure, and the natural wood body, specializing in the first wood cultivation method, it will not necessarily be worse than the dancing snow fairy. Your vision is naturally not wrong, but where is the person? Let me see him. Gao Shiyan asked with a smile. Such a genius disciple. Everyone was interested. That this disciple has not brought him back to the sect for the time being. Yang Chen hurriedly replied. In addition, Mu Bo's family, more than 100 cypresses, the strongest peak Jedon stage cultivation base, have now all promised to join my sect's Hall of Eccentrics, and have already made a monster soul oath. This disciple, and they agreed to bring them back to the sect after 30 years, and I came to report to the elders. More than 100 cypresses? Everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone knew the power of the tree monsters. More than 100 cypresses. If they really grew up, it would be a big force. Unfortunately, my Chunying Palace does not have a particularly suitable cultivation method for the tree monsters. Otherwise, they will be cultivated carefully, and later it will be a force of my sect. Elder Gung Hong of the sect's scriptures pavilion seemed to feel a little pity and couldn't help but sigh. The monster race's cultivation method. Chunying Palace has no other for the time being except for a transformation secret art. This point was well known to everyone, so the sigh of Elder Gung Hong was exactly what everyone felt regretful about. This disciple is not talented. This time I went to the monster beast plane. In an immortal's cave of the monster race, I bought several cultivation methods suitable for the tree monsters to cultivate, from the low-level foundation laying cultivation method to the high-level advanced cultivation method. There are also cultivation methods to increase spiritual awareness. Listening to the sighs of the elders, Yang Chen snorted and said these words. Oh! As soon as these words came out, Elder Gung Hong's eyes suddenly lit up, Really? Elder Gung couldn't help but believe it. The monster race had never heard of a systematic cultivation method. Yang Qin actually got a set of cultivation methods from low to high, which was incredible. Before leaving, this disciple has taught Mu Bo and his people to cultivate. Yang Chen did not directly answer, but gave a positive answer with this answer. This time, Hall Master Gui has a good thing. Elder Gung breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was clear about Gui Shanyo's power, and this was still without any special cultivation method. If there was the high-level cultivation method that Yang Qin said, didn't it mean that the strength of Chunyang Palace would be more powerful? What do you mean by the monster race's Immortal's Cave? The head of the palace was more concerned about the banyan tree Immortal's Cave. When did the monster race have their own Immortal's Cave and inheritance? This was a major event. It was related to all the cultivators. The head of the palace could not help but be cautious. Of course, he had to ask clearly. Next, Yang Qin naturally talked about the banyan tree Immortal's Cave in the 10,000 Trees Forest. Of course, it was only limited to the part on the ground. The first would true essence spiritual solution was of great importance, so Yang Qin did not mention it much. Listening to the monster race actually had an Immortal's Cave suitable for cultivation, and it was also organized by the monster race of the Deshang realm for systematic cultivation. Everyone was even more stunned. Since there is such a cultivation method, why don't you buy a few more by the cultivation methods of Shi Kuei, Xia Sha, and the several Yuaning realm masters in the Immortal's Cave? Gung Hong immediately asked after listening. With such an opportunity, how could Yang Qin not seize it? It would not be so easy to go to the banyan tree Immortal's Cave in the future. I bought it. Yang Qin replied with a bitter smile. I bought all of Shi Kuei and Xia Sha's. Other people, this disciple also guaranteed to have a cultivation method. Well, that's more like it. Elder Gung finally nodded with satisfaction and casually praised him. Yang Qin, this disciple, had a watertight way of doing things. However, as an elder of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, Elder Gung still habitually came out with a sentence, if you can get a copy of the monster race cultivation method inheritance in the banyan tree Immortal's Cave, it would be good. In this way, my Chunyang Palace will be the first sect that the monster race wants to rely on. It's a pity. Listening to Elder Gung's words, other elders, including the head of the palace, shook their heads for a while. How could there be such an easy thing? Not to mention whether this was possible or not, if they really took a copy, it was estimated that Chunyang Palace could become the focus of the Dao sects in the blink of an eye and be put on the fire. However, the more the head of the palace looked, the more he felt that Yang Chen was smiling bitterly. Why was he smiling bitterly? Was it because of the pity that Elder Gung had just said? The head of the palace couldn't help but frown and asked, Yang Chen, what is that expression of yours? This. Yang Chen said this twice, a little guilty, raised his head, glanced at the head of the palace and smiled. All the cultivation methods inheritance. This disciple accidentally got a copy. Chapter 637. Boom! Yang Chen's words directly ignited the entire top level of the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace was shocked. Even if he was now in the hall of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave, the palace master still felt that it was not safe enough. He waved his hand and laid a few restrictions, adding a few more layers of insurance to the sound that had been isolated. He stood up and asked, What did you say? This disciple was not careful and brought back a copy of the inheritance of the monster race. Yang Qin did not have the kind of guilty conscience that he had just had. These were originally going to be told to the elders. Didn't he say it before Elder Gung already asked about it? How is it possible? The calm head of the palace couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment and say this sentence. The other elders looked at Yang Qin dumbfounded, as if they were looking at a monster. Crash! Yang Qin no longer explained in detail. He directly took the 8 boxes from the hands of the second city lord out of the merit ring and placed them in front of the elders. The box was opened, and it was full of jade slips. No one could hold back. Each of them reached out and grabbed a few pieces of jade slips from the box, and their spiritual awareness directly explored it. Then there was a surprised expression on their faces. Everyone picked up a few pieces of the jade slips in the box and scanned them one by one. It was not that everyone did not believe in Yang Chen's words, but Yang Chen's words were too amazing. He even directly brought back the inheritance of the monster race. This thing was really incredible. In the end, everyone finally confirmed that these jade slips were indeed the various cultivation methods of the monster race, in addition to alchemy and refining techniques and so on. With these 8 boxes, it could almost be said that 99% of the monster race in the world could find a suitable cultivation method here. Quick, go and inform the disciples in the Immortal's cave. Don't kill the monsters in the Immortal's cave in the future. Elder Gung was the first to react and hurriedly shouted at the head of the palace. With his voice, everyone suddenly understood that since there was a full set of cultivation methods here, the monsters raised in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave would be the most convenient object to supplement the strength of the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics. It would be a pity to kill them. The head of the palace could not care about other things at this time, and his body disappeared in place. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave was now under the control of the head of the palace. At this time, he even asked the disciples in the Immortal's cave. After a while, the figure of the head of the palace appeared again, but the joy on his face could no longer be concealed. No one knew better than the actual controller of the Immortal's cave how many monsters were in the Immortal's cave. You must know that these were the future disciples of the Pure Yang Palace. With so many disciples, how could he not let the head of the palace smile? Tell me, how did you get these things? When the palace master Zhang Jiao came back, he directly asked a question that everyone was curious about. Everyone was wondering. Even if they could buy cultivation methods in the banyan tree cave, the price was too high. It was impossible for Yang Chen to buy all these cultivation methods. Yang Chen said the elders of the elders, the immortals Chen's IMS. It's a long story. Yang Chen used a very unkind opening remark. After the palace master stared at him, he talked about the conflict with the second city master. Of course, the real reason for the conflict was naturally concealed by Yang Chen. It was replaced by the second city master, who coveted the magic weapon on Yang Chen's body. So he moved his mind to follow and wanted to kill and rob. However, these statements were not wrong, but the number of magic weapons coveted was somewhat different. As soon as they heard that Yang Chen was stared at by a master of the Deshang stage, everyone's eyes were stunned. Did Yang Chen have a grudge against a master of the Deshang stage? How could he be noticed by a master of the Deshang stage? Then quickly say it. After Yang Chen finished speaking, the Yuanying stage master paused and was immediately urged by the curious elders. Yang Chen could only slightly change the plot. He changed the second city master's fainting because he put a spiritual awareness mark on himself into a bloody river. He changed the spiritual awareness mark into a fainting because of the monster power crystal left by Lanning. They all fainted, and the ending did not change, so no one questioned this. A master of the Deshang stage was killed by you in a coma. Elder Zhu Qintao was speechless at Yang Chen's words, and he always felt a little incredible. Others also had the same feeling. That was a master of the Deshang stage. How could it be possible for him to faint and kill him? There was no way. Yang Chen could only release the complete body of the second city master. As soon as the body of a few 100 feet came out, it occupied more than half of the space in the hall. Looking at the body of the goshawk that exuded a strong aura even after death, the palace master and the elders couldn't believe their eyes. This was the body of a Deshang stage monster. In their lives, how many times had they seen a master of the Deshang stage? In front of them was the body of a master of the Deshang stage, and it was killed by a junior in the Jedon stage of their own sect. Even if they looked at the body, everyone had a very unreal feeling. A little guy in the early Jedon stage killed a master of the Deshang stage? No matter who you tell, others will think that you are mentally ill and your brain is abnormal. If there was a reaction, it must be a very serious sentence. Young people, don't think about it. Is this kind of thing possible? But now this, is it possible, must be changed to certainly. Everyone couldn't help but believe it, but the complete body was placed in front of them, and even the monster core was incomparably complete. Was there anything more convincing than this? What were you thinking at the time? Were you planning to take these inheritance information from him from the beginning? The palace master took a long breath and seemed to spit out the series of shocks in his heart, and directly asked Yang Qin. At that time he wanted to kill me, and I also tried to kill him, but I didn't know that he had such a good thing. Yang Qin said on this matter, moreover, although Master also has a praying mantis puppet to protect his body, after all, the speed is a bit slow. This corpse of the Deshang stage can be refined into a puppet, which can help Master fly faster. Yang Chen's words once again made everyone's eyes roll. In order to let his master fly faster, Yang Qin actually had the idea of killing a master of the Deshang stage. This couldn't be helped but be said that it was an unusually crazy move. Why do you say so much? Are you afraid that we will rob the benefits of your master? This kid, the head of the palace master, was really a ginger that was still spicier. In one sentence, he said Yang Chen's careful thoughts. I'm not still pointing to the elders to help refine it. Yang Qin smiled and played a rogue. Anyway, his seniority was the youngest, and he had this qualification to act shamelessly. Chapter 638. Indeed, the corpse of a Deshang stage monster, with Gao Yu's current strength in the Jedon stage, was far from being able to refine. To successfully refine it, at least the strength of the late Yuanying stage or peak Yuanying stage could be completed. Moreover, even with the strength of the peak Yuanying stage, refining a Deshang stage monster puppet was a protracted process, which was not at the same level as refining a Yuanying stage puppet. Senior Brother Wang, Jiao has been in retreat for a long time. He should be almost at the Deshang stage. This time, the head of the palace did not fall into Yang Chen's trap, and directly pushed the matter to Yang Chen's master ancestor. Gao Yu's master Wang Yong refining the puppet. It is better to give it to him. Anyway, it is for his own apprentice. Wang Yong has been in retreat for decades. Before the retreat, he brought at least 5 second-grade questioning inner heart pills. With Yang Chen's hint, the head of the palace also knew that these things were not as precious as imagined. Naturally, he was happy to let Wang Yong bring a few more, so that he could be more sure. In 10 years at most, Wang Yong would be able to break through the realm of the peak Yuanying stage and enter the Deshang stage. This was Yang Chen's estimation. In this regard, the head of the palace was also well aware, so now he would tease him like this. The elders also knew that Wang Yong's retreat was to attack the Deshang stage, but they were not as confident as Yang Qin and the head of the palace. Now that they heard the words of the head of the palace, they were a little surprised. However, in addition to the surprise, everyone was still happy. If there was another master of the Deshang stage in the Chunying Palace, it would definitely be a great thing. The body of the second city master was still collected by Yang Qin, but the jade slips that recorded the inheritance of the monster race were handed over to the sect, so that the sect began to copy and classify them. Elder Gung Hong also supervised the affairs of the Martial Research Hall. These classifications and analysis of whether they were helpful to the cultivation of human cultivators were naturally handed over to him. Of course, all those who could participate were the core disciples of the Chunying Palace. Next, Yang Chen reported the preliminary agreement with Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud Sect to the head of the palace and the elders. Since this kind of cooperation has been done with the Green Jade Immortal Island once, and the Blue Cloud Sect also provided their own medicinal materials, and they also had close cooperation with Chunying Palace in the 100,000 Mountains, it was naturally not a problem. For the sect and Yang Qin, this was a good thing, And everyone knew that if they had the same conditions as the Green Jade Immortal Island, not only could the sect get most of the benefits of the 100,000 mountains, but they also believed that Yang Qin could produce a lot of questioning inner heart pills for Chunying Palace in the refining process. As for the matter of Yang Chen finding the 8th metal true secret art for Blue Cloud sect, since Yang Chen swore not to spread it, he naturally concealed it here. At this point, Yang Chen had finished explaining his experiences in the outside world. Next, it was time for everyone to discuss and deal with some things. The Blue Cloud sect's affairs were the easiest to deal with. It was very easy to deal with them according to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even Yang Chen's remuneration had not changed. It was the same fire seed of the 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade, as long as the two sides were not the same. Now, the most troublesome thing was the cultivation inheritance of the monster race. If it was just a reference, there was absolutely no big problem. The key was that with the rapid development of Chunying Palace, the number of disciples had greatly expanded, and with the existence of the Blue Vault Mount to Immortal's Cave, it was more than enough to have 10 times the number of disciples. Originally, the number was small. If the monster race joined, it was definitely an opportunity to strengthen their strength. But the problem was, once the monster race joined, how would other Dao sects view it? The news that Chunying Palace had these cultivation inheritance could not be hidden. If other sects also came to ask for it, would they give it or not? If they gave it, Chunying Palace was naturally unwilling. If they didn't give it, they would greatly offend people. Moreover, a large number of monster race joining the sect, which was unprecedented. For Chunying Palace, it may be an unprecedented opportunity, but it may also be a huge trouble. After all, humans and monsters were different. It would take time for the cultivators to accept the monster race to join the big sect. This problem must be faced, and it must be faced. In addition, the first city lord of the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave did not know the identity of Yang Qin. If Chunying Palace had a monster race cultivation inheritance, it meant that Yang Chen's identity was exposed. It was likely that Yang Chen would have to face the pursuit of a Deshang stage monster race and countless Yuanying stage monster race. If the first city lord was willing to make those things public, maybe there would be a powerful guy like the old tree demon who lived in seclusion in the mountains and did not care about the world. Unless Yang Qin stayed in the Pure Yang Palace for a lifetime, he would not necessarily be able to keep him safe. These problems, added up, really gave the head of the palace and the elders a headache. Everyone was very optimistic about the increase in the strength of the sect by joining the monster race. Even the monster race was more reliable than human cultivators because of the monster soul oath. However, thinking of those problems, there was no good solution for a while. They wanted to seize the opportunity to revitalize Chunying Palace, but they were afraid that they could not bear the huge pressure. This was the contradiction between the head of the palace and the elders. Actually, this disciple thinks that these problems are not too big. As long as it takes a while, there will naturally be a solution. After Yang Qin listened for a while and saw everyone frowning, Yang Qin slowly opened his mouth. Yang Chen's words immediately focused everyone's eyes on him. No one understood why Yang Qin said this. There would be a solution after a while. What was the solution? What do you mean by this? The head of the palace raised his eyebrows, and his eyes, which were originally worried into a line, suddenly burst out. Yang Chen was not the kind of guy who shot without a goal. Since he said there was a way, there must be a way. Palace Master, elders, in fact, what needs to be strengthened most now is not our Chunying Palace. Yang Qin said with a smile, but another sect. Taishimen, the head of the palace, immediately thought of this and said it. Compared with the small-scale expansion of Chunying Palace, the last time the Taishimen Mountain Gate was destroyed, that was the biggest loss. Even if dozens of small sect and rogue cultivator alliances were connected, they could not immediately restore the original strength. The eyes of the elders also suddenly lit up. According to Yang Chen's hint, the Taishimen were the most in need of strengthening their strength, and according to the normal method, if they wanted to restore the heyday of the Taishamen, it would take at least 100 years to speak. But now, how could the Taishamen use 100 years to restore their vitality? Almost all the other major sect had dissatisfaction with the Taishamen. During this time, they would take advantage of their illness to kill them. Even if they did not confront the Taishamen, they would find ways to drag the Taishamen down. Chapter 639. Under such circumstances, it was not so easy for Taishamen to regain their vitality in a short time. It could only be done in other ways. The fastest way was to recruit a large number of disciples. However, people with cultivation qualifications were not monopolized by Taishamen, so Taishamen needed to expand their strength through other channels. The demon sects and the monster race were the targets they needed to consider. Tao, demon, and monster coexisted, but Tao and demon were incompatible. Taishamen would never find people from the demon sects to enrich their own sect. From the perspective of cultivation, Tao and demon were simply the opposite, and there was no possibility of integration. Moreover, cooperating with the demon sects was inconsistent with the image of the Taishamen as the leader of the Tao sects, so Taishamen would certainly not consider the demon sects. The monster race was much simpler. In fact, the so-called beheading of the demon sects was to protect the Tao, so there was the saying of beheading the demon sects. However, beheading the demon sects was to hone their cultivation, not to say that humans and demons were incompatible, and there had never been any saying of beheading the demon sects. Therefore, if the Taishamen wanted to expand their strength quickly, they could only start with the monster race. This was also the only way for the Taishamen. In Yang Chen's previous life, the Hall of Eccentrics was first created by the Taishamen. At first, it was actually to lay a foreshadowing for winning over the monster race. After establishing a foothold and letting the Tao sects basically accept it, it did not take long for the Taishamen to begin recruiting the monster race. However, at that time, the Taishamen did not have such a good excuse and opportunity as Yangchen. At first, they were opposed by many Tao sects. The Taishamen relied on their strong strength and finally spent decades to let everyone accept the monster race to join the sect's Hall of Eccentrics. In this life, because of Yangchen, Chunyang Palace was the first to have a Hall of Eccentrics, and the excuse was very reasonable, making people unable to pick out any problems. The spiritual beast guarding the mountain, breaking through to the Yuanying stage, was just given a title which was reasonable. In particular, not long after, he happened to encounter the great tribulation of the demonic arts. In that battle, the old tree monster Gui Shanyu protected many Yuanying stage masters of the Tao sects and won a lot of praise, so he was able to successfully stand firm. But for the time being, there were only 3 people in the Hall of Eccentrics of Chunyang Palace, and there was no plan to expand it. This was the real reason why all the sect members accepted it, since they had learned from the mistakes of Chunyang Palace. It was believed that the Taishamen would soon turn their attention to the demon clan. It wouldn't be long before the Taishamen's Hall of Eccentrics was established. After all, it was the largest sect of the Tao sects, and its heritage was extraordinary. The problem of the cultivation method that the head of the palace and the elders worried about was not a big deal in Taishamen. For so many years, the Taishamen had killed countless powerful demons under the guise of slaying demons. It was certain that they had a large number of demon cultivation methods in their hands. After understanding this point, the problem of the cultivation method that everyone was worried about was no longer a problem. Did other sect members want the cultivation method? The Taishamen were the first to get it, so they should ask them for it. Don't look at the fact that the Taishamen had just suffered a catastrophe, but after all, they were still Taishamen. Even the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, such a big sect, did not do anything. If other sect members wanted to go to Taishamen to ask for the cultivation method, who would dare? Since the Taishamen were fine, Chunyang Palace only needed to follow the rules, and there was no need for the second one to take the lead. When there were more imitations of the sect, they would naturally follow and recruit the monster race. What problem would there be? The Taishamen had the channels for the Taishamen to get the monster race cultivation method, and the Chunyang Palace naturally had the channels for the Chunying Palace. They couldn't just come to the door to ask for it, right? This was the inheritance of the sect. It was meaningless to use the pretense of righteousness. Coming to the door to ask for it was equivalent to asking others to hand over the secret knowledge of the sect. Chunying Palace was no longer the Chunying Palace of the past. With the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, and the Beast Taming sect as allies, it was by no means a soft persimmon that could be pinched. There were 4 masters of the Deshang stage in the 100,000 mountains. Weren't they uprooted by several allies of the Chunying Palace? The Luo family had a master of the late Deshang stage, Luo Yuan. Wasn't the Chunying Palace also annihilated? Before making a move on the Chunying Palace, even the Taishamen must now carefully weigh it. Anyway, there were Taishamen in front of everything, and the Chunying Palace was a big tree to enjoy the shade. It was logical to expand their own strength, and others had nothing to say. At that time, with the example of the old tree demon and Shikue and Xiasha, plus the systematic cultivation methods, wouldn't it be the same for many monster cultivators? The monster cultivators were the monster cultivators. They were not fools, who was good and who was bad. Naturally, they could distinguish. He didn't know what kind of expression the Taishamen would have when they learned that Yang Qin had received their future master of the Hall of Eccentrics. Of course, they would never know, and Yang Chen could only be secretly happy in the back. In this way, it seemed that the problem that everyone was worried about was no longer a problem. The only one left was the first city lord of the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave. As for the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave, Yang Qin dragged his voice a little and observed the faces of the elders around him. He slowly said, "There is only one Deshang stage master left. Since there are 4 masters of the Deshang stage in the 100,000 mountains can become our territory, then the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave probably." Later, Yang Qin said a few ambiguous words, and each of them was said slowly and dragged for a long time, as if he was tempting these elders. Sure enough, as Yang Qin expected, when Yang Chen's words slowly came out, the expressions on the faces of the elders changed from the calmness that they had just solved the problem to thinking, looking forward to it, eagerness, and finally, everyone's face was full of longing, and their eyes began to shine. Yes, there was only one master of the Deshang stage, and the 4 Deshang stage masters of the 100,000 mountains were destroyed. How could a city lord be put in his heart? If Elder Wang Yong succeeded in crossing the tribulation this time and entered the Deshang stage, then Chunying Palace would have 2 masters of the Deshang stage, with a large number of people. Would they be afraid of not being able to take down a city lord? Even if it was a little safer, with a few questioning inner heart pills to hire a few masters of the Deshang stage among the rogue cultivators, the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave could almost be said to be in the bag of Chunying Palace. This disciple also found the secret technique to control the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave on the body of the second city lord. Yang Qin saw that everyone was already tempted and once again added a heavy bargaining chip. In fact, this secret technique was left by the original owner of the Immortal's Cave. How could the second city lord have it, seeing that Yang Qin took out a jade slip and handed it to the head of the palace? Needless to say, it must be the secret technique to control the Immortal's Cave that Yang Qin said. This matter, I think it's okay. Elder Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall directly said his own thoughts. Chapter 640. Before the incident in the 100,000 mountains, Yang Qin also asked in front of the elders whether it was worth fighting for. Now, it seemed that the scene of that year had reappeared. Of course, the elders were tempted. With the secret art to control the Banyan Tree Cave and the inheritance of the cultivation method, it also meant that they could easily take the Banyan Tree Cave and the hundreds of thousands of monster cultivators in it as their own. It must be known that the Chunying Palace had only just reached the scale of more than 100,000 people, which was the result of vigorous expansion in recent decades. If hundreds of thousands of fresh troops were suddenly added, even if the unqualified guys were excluded, the strength of the sect would also increase exponentially. Of course, the power of the monster race surpassed that of human cultivators, which was by no means what the master of the palace and the elders wanted to see. However, even if all the monster cultivators were not pulled to the Chunyang Palace, just controlling the business in the Banyan Tree Cave could bring several times the spiritual awareness to the Chunyang Palace and dozens of times the income of the 100,000 mountains every year. The 100,000 mountains were only tens of thousands of miles, but the Banyan Tree Cave directly radiated to the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. The difference in the territory was not known by how many times. Not to mention that it was almost the only place where the surrounding monster cultivators did business. The huge benefits, needless to say to see it with their own eyes. Just thinking about it made them drool. The most important thing was that this Banyan Tree Cave had been hidden extremely deeply. Except for Yang Qin, no human cultivator had discovered it so far. The monster cultivators who entered the cave had made a monster soul oath that they would never easily reveal the secrets of the Banyan Tree Cave. Such a secret treasure was now placed in front of everyone in the Chunyang Palace, not to mention the elders. Even the master of the palace was eager. This matter must be considered in the long run. After all, the master of the palace was still the master of the palace. Although he was tempted, he also knew that it was of great importance, and before Wang Yang's tribulation, these things could not be planned, so he still suppressed the impulse and considered it in the long run. It didn't matter if it was a long run, as long as there was a plan. In the beginning, Yang Qin did not intend to do anything to the Banyan Tree Immortal's cave. It was only because he thought about the things that would happen after the Taishaman's expansion that he took out the magic formula to control the Banyan Tree Immortal's cave. Originally, the secret technique was left by the original owner of the Immortal's cave to Yang Qin to collect the first with true essence. Unexpectedly, it could bring such benefits to the Chunyang Palace. Yang Qin would never complain about too many benefits, and the same was true of Chunyang Palace. Since the problem that they were worried about no longer existed, there was no need for them to frown and discuss the solution to the problem. Thus, the elder council was dismissed. Yang Qin, what are you going to do next? Palace Master Zhang Jiao casually asked Yang Qin before everyone left. This question made all the elders who were about to leave stop and wait for Yang Qin's answer. Their disciple, Yang Qin, had never given them much care, but he always brought them a pleasant surprise. The whereabouts of Yang Qin, especially the safety of Yang Qin, was now the most concerned thing for everyone. However, since Yang Qin could even kill the second city master of the Deshang stage without any scars on his body, basically on this issue, everyone was also unanimously relaxed. Therefore, Yang Qin's plan was particularly curious. Was he planning to travel again, or was he planning to stay in the sect for a period of time? Everyone wanted to know. Blue Cloud sect master Lu may visit in the near future, and it is related to this disciple. This disciple is not rude, so I will wait in the sect. Yang Qin thought about it and replied, and this disciple got a pill recipe from the monster race, just to test it. In addition, I also want to refine the questioning inner heart pill of the Green Jade Immortal Island and exchange it for this disciple's fire seed, so that I can cultivate. He would stay in the sect and wait for the Blue Cloud sect Master Lu, and then refine the pill. This arrangement was good. In the sect, Yang Qin's safety did not need to worry, and refining the pill could also promote the cooperation with the Green Jade Immortal Island again. The exchange for the fire seed was also conducive to Yang Qin's cultivation. This arrangement was good. Everyone was very happy to leave and busy themselves. Yang Qin stayed in the sect and began to prepare the medicinal materials for refining the inner sensing pill. Of course, there was a purpose. Yang Qin said that he would wait in the sect for a period of time. Maybe his master and senior sister would receive the news and rush back. However, after all, the plan was a plan. Yang Qin thought that the Blue Cloud sect Master Lu would visit soon, but he forgot one thing. Since the Blue Cloud sect got his promise and knew that Chunyang Palace would not refuse. At this time, they were not in a hurry to come to the agreement, but to find medicinal materials first. The Blue Cloud sect has also studied the questioning inner heart pill. This level of medicinal pill, no big sect would put it in their hands. The Blue Cloud sect, like the Green Jade Immortal Island, let the best alchemy masters in the sect analyze and dismantle it. However, the result disappointed many people. Everyone knew what medicinal materials Yangqin used to refine the questioning inner heart pill, but no one understood the alchemy technique. It was precisely because of this that the Blue Cloud sect did not even ask Yangqin what medicinal materials were needed for the questioning inner heart pill, and they had already begun to prepare. The big sects were really big sects, and their heritage was amazing. Even if Yangqin used elixirs that were more than 10,000 years old to refine the questioning inner heart pill, the Blue Cloud sect could still get more than half of it in a short time. However, after all, what Yangqin needed was 10,000 years old elixirs. Even if it was a big sect, it was not something that could be taken out easily. Not everyone had a powerful medicine garden like Yangqin. Therefore, the last few medicinal materials, the Blue Cloud sect, still had to spend some time. For this reason, the Blue Cloud sect also specially sent an elder to explain to Chunyang Palace, and agreed on the date of the visit of the Blue Cloud sect's sect master. It was temporarily set to be 3 years later. At that time, Elder Huawanting, as well as Elder Shiyenha, would accompany him, along with Elder Huawanting's beloved disciple, Sun Qingxue. In addition to the in-depth cooperation between the two sides, there was another thing to discuss, which was to discuss the marriage between Yangqin and Sun Qingxue. Because the last time the Lord of Tantai used it to cover up the secret of her trip, she used the marriage between Shishanshan and Yangqin as an excuse, and the Chunyang Palace naturally could not overturn it. Therefore, this time the Chunyang Palace still had to pinch their nose and accept it. The biggest trouble for the palace master was how to get Yangqin to nod his head. He even deliberately looked for Yangqin and discussed it with him. Now for Yangqin, the palace master would not take out the order of the palace master, but would discuss it even though Yangqin respected the palace master as always. I want master to give me a promise. Yangqin had no good way to deal with this. In this life, Yangqin had discovered that he had completely fallen in love with his master, and he could not extricate himself. If he could not be with his master, Yangqin would rather be alone, even if it was destined to hurt Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan. Yangqin would not accept this kind of good thing that was simply a golden pie falling from the sky in the eyes of outsiders. Chapter 641. This was not Yangqin forcing the head of the palace to press Gaoyu, but his own inner thoughts. If he couldn't let his master make a decision, Yangqin would rather drag it. Anyway, Shishanshan was now recognized by everyone as a Dao companion, but there has been no substantial action. Yangqin and Shishanshan, they just went together for experience once, and then drank tea a few times. In the same way, there was not much contact with Sun Qingxue. All this was because Yangqin had his master in his heart. The head of the palace certainly understood Yangqin's mind. In fact, all the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace saw that Yangqin's feelings for his master, Gaoyu, went beyond the master and apprentice relationship. Everyone understood, but no one pointed it out. Now, Yangqin finally understood that he had to face his feelings for his master directly. Therefore, before his master's affairs were resolved, Yangqin would not agree to anything. Even if the Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island had already announced the marriage of Yangqin and Shishanshan. Your affairs. Wait for your master to come back and solve it yourself. The head of the palace understood and thought clearly. These things could not be solved by his orders. The only thing he had to do was that if Gaoyu also agreed, then he had to clean up the matter of this master and apprentice and help Gaoyu and Yangqin bear all the pressure. That was all. Sect Master Lu wanted to postpone the visit, and Yangqin could refine medicinal pills first. The medicinal materials of the questioning inner heart pill were ready-made. Yang Chen could first complete the transaction with the green jade Immortal Island, and then get a batch of fire seeds to improve his strength. If Yang Chen wanted to refine pills, of course, he would not avoid Zhu Qintao. Now, Zhu Qintao, who was in the Yuanying stage, already had the strength of a third-grade alchemist master. It's just that he couldn't maintain the success rate, but he was already moving in this direction. In time, he would be able to become a real third-grade alchemist master. For this elder who gave him the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen was very respectful, and even in the process of many alchemy, he cooperated with Zhu Qintao. This time refining the questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chen was no exception and once again brought Zhu Qintao. Apart from Zhu Qintao, there was also Yang Chen's former maid, who is now Zhu Qintao's disciple, Hilian. Hilian has been in the Zhuji phase for decades. Under the cultivation of Yang Chen, she has a brilliant fire-controlling method. Now, she is also in high demand in the medicine hall of Chunying Palace. Apart from Yang Chen, only Hilian could refine the qi-seeking pill. This not only brought her a lot of contribution points from the sect, but it also brought her a lot of spirit stones. With spirit stones, she would naturally be able to purchase more medicinal ingredients for more concoctions. Hilian's alchemy level was also improving by leaps and bounds. Hilian knew better than anyone where everything came from. So when she saw Yang Chen, she did not change at all because she was now a disciple of the same generation as Yang Chen. She still bowed down. After a simple greeting with Zhu Qintao and his apprentice, Yang Chen began to refine the questioning inner heart pill again. This was the second time that Yang Chen had refined in front of the two, but the two were still very attentive. Any action of Yang Chen must be carefully observed and pondered. The questioning inner heart pill was very important, so Yang Chen was also dedicated to the refining process. He could not directly give them any guidance and could only wait until the two specifically asked for advice afterwards to explain. But even so, every time the two observed Yang Chen's alchemy, it seemed that they had a new understanding of alchemy. Zhu Qintao thought that he would only be at the peak Jedon stage in his life, but he didn't expect that he could still form his nascent soul. What he didn't expect was that he could reach the level of the third-grade alchemy master. One day, he might be able to reach the realm of the fourth-grade alchemy master. This has completely exceeded his expectations. This time, he was refining the questioning inner heart pill for the green jade Immortal Island, so Yang Chen did not intend to carry out the second-grade refining. The first-grade questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chen had already refined it for the third time, and he was familiar with it. Moreover, his current cultivation base was several times higher than the first refining. The big realm had been upgraded by one stage, and the three kinds of spirit power were naturally faster. When he first refined it, Yang Chen spent a year and 10 months. But this time, Yang Chen only took 1 year to complete the refining process. A furnace of questioning inner heart pills, Yang Chen opened 35, far more than the 20 promised to the green jade Immortal Island. When he gave it to the head of the palace, Yang Chen handed all 35 questioning inner heart pills to the head of the palace and let him deal with it himself. He even took out 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills and let the head of the palace give them to the people of the green jade Immortal Island. In the end, the head of the palace decided to take out 27 first-grade questioning inner heart pills and 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills to the green jade Immortal Island. This number was still far more than the promised number, and the quality was higher. This was a strategy that made the green jade Immortal Island pay more attention to Chunying Palace. The first-grade questioning inner heart pill was already so powerful, so how powerful would the second-grade questioning inner heart pill be? Yang Chen's status among the cultivators would only get higher and higher. If they wanted to continue to cooperate with Yang Chen, they must win over Chunying Palace. This was the purpose of Yang Chen and the head of the palace. These things were handed over to the head of the palace to deal with, and the head of the palace would naturally use the excess to strive for the greatest benefits. Now, Yang Chen's mind was on the inner sensing pill. The powerful function of the inner sensing pill. Yang Chen had already understood it before. Now that the medicinal materials were complete, Yang Chen opened the furnace again and refined this kind of monster race medicinal pill. Compared with the questioning inner heart pill, the difficulty of the inner sensing pill was almost reduced by at least 3 levels, and even Zhu Qintao may be able to successfully refine it. However, Yang Chen's pursuit was not only the success of the refining, but at least the 2nd grade. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, this level of medicinal pill to complete the 2nd grade refining was relatively safe. Yang Chen also had no intention of breaking through to the 3rd grade. He just wanted to know what the use of the 2nd grade inner sensing pill would be for human cultivators. The first refining, he was a little rusty. The 1st grade refining of the inner sensing pill took Yang Chen half a year. Then, without the slightest pause, Yang Chen directly carried out the 2nd grade refining. It took another half a year to complete the 2nd grade refining. After the furnace was opened, Yang Chen got 33 2nd grade inner sensing pills. Holding these inner sensing pills, Yang Chen was waiting to take the medicine and experience it immediately. However, when he just came out of the alchemy room, he met Qiao Ming, the master of the fierce Yang Hall. Qiao Ming was also at the peak Jieran stage. Last time, Yang Chen gave him a praying mantis corpse to refine into a puppet, and also gave him 2 thunder pomegranates to let him use to cross the thunder tribulation. But Qiao Ming had not broken through. Until now, he still stayed at the peak Jieran stage. Yang Chen, I recently got stuck at the last level of the Yuanying stage. Do you have any way? Qiao Ming was very sincere in asking for advice. Chapter 642. As the palace master of the fierce Sun Hall, Qiao Ming naturally possessed a fire attribute spiritual root. However, his peaceful personality was incompatible with the fire attribute spirit root. The senior management of Chunyang Palace, including the elders and the hall masters, all knew that Qiao Ming was a nice guy. It was rare to see Qiao Ming take the initiative to offend someone. Even if someone had a dispute with Qiao Ming, it was usually Qiao Ming who gave in. However, Qiao Ming's cultivation was not low. He was at the peak of the gold core realm. Coupled with his nice personality, he was very popular in the sect. This was also one of the reasons why he became the leader of the fierce Sun Hall. According to the memories of Yang Chen's previous life, Qiao Ming would not be able to break through after 200 years, leading to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Then, Gao Yu would become the fierce Yang Hall's hall master. In this life, with Yang Chen, everything seemed to be different. Chunyang Palace was different, Gao Yu was different, the head of the palace was different, the elders were different, and even Qiao Ming had changed. Especially after Yang Chen gave Qiao Ming the corpse of a peak Yuanying stage praying mantis and 2 thunder pomegranates. Qiao Ming's mind changed a little. If he could break through, then so be it. If he couldn't, then it was fate. In the past, Qiao Ming was very open-minded. However, after obtaining these 2 items, his mood was completely different. The thunder pomegranate could help to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation, which also meant that as long as one could enter the stage of the thunder tribulation, there was a great possibility of success in forming a nascent soul. Even if he relied on the thunder pomegranate to absorb a part of the thunder tribulation, perhaps after he reached the Yuanying stage, he would not be able to compare with those who relied on their own strength to cross the tribulation. However, a nascent soul was a nascent soul after all. It was still a lot higher than a peak stage golden core. The accident of the questioning inner heart pill made Qiao Ming see the hope and path after the Yuanying stage. Under this strong stimulation, Qiao Ming's cultivation broke through again and reached the limit of the peak Jieran stage. But for some reason, he was always lacking at the last step, unable to take that step. This situation had been going on for several years. Of course, Qiao Ming was unwilling to stop at this last threshold. He consulted almost all the nascent soul experts in the sect, but no one could give him a specific answer. After all, everyone's experience was different, and everyone's situation was different. The problems they encountered were also different. There was no universal solution. After the news that Yang Qin had returned to the sect to concentrate on alchemy spread, Qiao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. When Yang Qin was a training disciple at Yeshio Manor, there was no cultivation problem that he could not solve. Although it was only a matter of the qi refining stage, Qiao Ming knew that as an expert at the peak of the gold core stage, he could not do this. Since Yang Chen had such a keen eye for cultivation and was also well-read, he might be able to find out where his problem lay and give him pointers to break through. If it were someone else, it would definitely take a long time for a master at the peak of the Jedan stage, especially an elder and a superior, to ask a junior and subordinate for advice. However, for Mr. Qiao Ming, it was not a problem at all. Otherwise, how could he be a good person? Because he could put down his body and was not ashamed to ask. The first time, after Yang Qin finished refining the questioning inner heart pill, he only went to the head of the palace for half a day and then continued to retreat for alchemy. Qiao Ming could not stop him. This time, Qiao Ming simply waited outside Yang Chen's alchemy room. As soon as Yang Chen came out, he saw Qiao Ming and heard Qiao Ming's question. His elder and superior came to ask him. Yang Chen certainly had to treat it with caution. However, after carefully listening to Qiao Ming's understanding of his own cultivation, Yang Chen still frowned. Qiao Ming had two problems. One was his character. This couldn't be helped. His character couldn't be changed. The other reason was that he was unable to control his cultivation down to the finest detail. It couldn't be helped that Qiao Ming came at the right time. Yang Chen had just finished refining the inner sensing pill, and he appeared in front of Yang Chen. He was simply a natural test subject for Yang Chen. Hall Master, this medicinal pill is called the inner sensing pill. It is the medicinal pill of the monster race. Yang Chen's palm put a round and bulging medicinal pill. On the brown medicinal pill, the two eye-catching pill marks seemed to remind Qiao Ming that this was a second-grade medicinal pill. Qiao Ming didn't know what Yang Chen meant by giving this medicinal pill to himself, but he had a benefit. If he didn't know, he wouldn't say it. He didn't interrupt Yang Chen's words and quietly waited for Yang Chen's explanation. The inner sensing pill can enhance the senses of the person who takes the medicine by 10 times and have a more thorough understanding of their own blood and spiritual power circulation. Yang Chen slowly introduced. However, this medicinal pill has a side effect. That is, after the senses are enhanced by 10 times, any feeling, including pain, will also increase by 10 times. After taking the medicine, you'll feel extreme discomfort, and it may even be very painful. Yang Chen, of course, had to say the ugly words first, so that Qiao Ming didn't know this and rashly agreed. Maybe 10 times the pain, Hall Master, you can still bear it. But this disciple is a second-grade medicinal pill. This disciple doesn't know how many times it can enhance the senses. The implication was that the second-grade inner sensing pill could definitely make people suffer more than 10 times more than usual. Yang Chen didn't have to say too much, and Qiao Ming could understand. Now Qiao Ming was faced with such a choice, either to swallow the medicinal pill and experience the circulation of blood and spiritual power, or to endure great pain, or to accumulate for a period of time. Maybe it would come naturally. Qiao Ming stared at the medicinal pill in Yang Chen's hand and hesitated for a while. There was no way. What Yang Chen said seemed a bit scary, even if it was a master of the peak Jedan stage. He had to carefully weigh it. After a long time, Qiao Ming still didn't speak, but his hand stretched out and pinched the second-grade inner sensing pill in Yang Chen's hand in his hand. After staring at it for a while, he no longer hesitated and directly sent the medicinal pill into his mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it directly turned into a heat flow and rushed directly into his lungs. Immediately, Qiao Ming immediately felt the heat flow spread to his whole body, and his whole body was warm. Where was there any pain, and Qiao Ming couldn't help but groan. However, when this deep moan reached Qiao Ming's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. Qiao Ming never thought that his groan could be so loud, and his ears were actually a little painful. Soon, all kinds of sounds came to his ears: breathing, heartbeat. Almost every sound seemed to be someone knocking a giant bell in Qiao Ming's ear. This was not even counting. Even when the air entered the nasal cavity when he breathed, it could bring a cold chill, plus the pain of the air flowing through the skin like a knife, which directly made Qiao Ming fall into great pain. But Qiao Ming didn't dare to make a sound at all. He was afraid that once he made a sound, he could break his eardrums. In the severe pain of his whole body, Qiao Ming suddenly felt the flow of his blood and noticed the flow of spiritual power. Chapter 643. The painful look on Qiao Ming's face couldn't be hidden from Yang Chen. In order to help Qiao Ming not let him have greater pain, Yang Chen even set up a sound isolation formation around Qiao Ming to ensure that he would not be disturbed by the outside world. But Yang Chen did not think that the sound of Qiao Ming's own breathing and heartbeat was enough to make him crazy. His muscles were almost twisted, and the cold sweat never stopped, oozing from Qiao Ming's head and body. At this time, Qiao Ming, not to mention breathing and heartbeat, even standing in the same place, he could feel that the soles of his feet were like being scalded by a soldering iron, but it was only the pain caused by his own weight on the soles of his feet. Mr. Good has a characteristic, that is, he can endure. Even Yang Chen did not expect that this character would give Qiao Ming great help at this time. Even if it was painful, Qiao Ming endured it. At this moment, he actually used all kinds of senses to observe, feel, listen to the flow of blood in his body, and experience the flow of spiritual power in his body. Under this feeling, it was even more detailed than using spiritual awareness to explore himself. Some subtle places, where Qiao Ming had never noticed before, were all displayed in Qiao Ming's senses at this time. There was never a moment when Qiao Ming knew his body so well. In the great pain, Qiao Ming was concentrating on feeling the mystery of his body and did not realize how long it had been. He just knew that his whole body's blood and spiritual power had circulated for more than 20 times. After more than 20 times, there were slight differences each time, but they were all in the same parts. Just when he wanted to continue to feel it, the pain of his whole body was like the water directly seeping into the bucket, suddenly disappearing without a trace, and the clear feeling was lost in an instant. However, Qiao Ming did not feel disappointed, just carefully recalling the place where the blood and spiritual power in his body changed every time. Suddenly, Qiao Ming had a glimmer of enlightenment. These places were where he couldn't control them accurately. Since he noticed that something was wrong, Qiao Ming naturally had to make targeted corrections. With his cultivation at the peak of the gold core realm, it only took him a day to find a way to quickly correct those small flaws. When the last part became the same every time, the spiritual power in his body suddenly began to surge. However, this time it seemed to be 2 times stronger than usual. As soon as the intensity of his spiritual power increased, Qiao Ming immediately noticed that his mind was empty. He laughed, and the spiritual power of his whole body surged. The small soundproof array arranged by Yang Chen suddenly broke. In the sky, a large mass of dark clouds inexplicably began to appear. It was still daytime, but when the dark clouds covered the sky, it actually became dark as if it was nighttime. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen's face suddenly showed a smile. Qiao Ming, with the help of this inner sensing pill, was enlightened in time and successfully triggered the tribulation. The dark clouds in the sky were the tribulation, clouds of the lightning tribulation. Yang Chen knew the tribulation cloud, and of course, many other people in Chunying Palace also knew it. Soon, there were a few more figures in front of Yang Chen's pill room. It was the head of the palace and several elders, as well as several hall masters. Everyone was attracted by Qiao Ming's abnormal spiritual power. At the same time, they also discovered the tribulation clouds, and specially came to watch the ceremony. As soon as he arrived here, the law enforcement hall master immediately understood what happened and quickly left to arrange. Qiao Ming's tribulation was to form his nascent soul. There must be a lot of disciples in the jet on stage who wanted to watch the ceremony, but they couldn't hinder Qiao Ming's tribulation, so someone must arrange it. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen strangely. This was outside Yang Chen's pill room, but Qiao Ming was going to cross his tribulation. What was going on? But at this juncture, the head of the palace did not ask much, just paying attention to Qiao Ming not far away. The jet-on stage masters who were still in Chunying Palace were lucky enough to catch up with Qiao Ming's tribulation this time. Under the quick arrangement of Meng Xian, almost all of them were gathered here, but they were all leaning 200 feet away, watching quietly. Qiao Ming did not let everyone wait for a long time. After the tribulation clouds in the sky slowly formed, there was a click sound, and the first tribulation thunder struck down. The huge lightning directly hit Qiao Ming's body, and Qiao Ming's whole body lit up. However, this light only flashed for a moment before disappearing without a trace. The second, the third, the thunder tribulation was stronger than the last, but Qiao Ming did not dodge at all, and did not even take out the thunder pomegranate given to him by Yang Chen to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation. He just stood still and let the thunder tribulation hit his body. Every time his body would shine for a while, and then it would return to normal. With each thunder tribulation falling, Qiao Ming's shining time was getting longer and longer. When the last one, the ninth thunder tribulation, fell again, Qiao Ming's body finally moved. In a flash, Qiao Ming had already flown into the air, as if he took the initiative to meet the thunder tribulation. The person flashed a huge light in the air, like a human-shaped firework. Immediately afterward, Qiao Ming's familiar laughter came from the sky, and then Qiao Ming's figure flew directly to the side of the palace master with a bright light. The person was still in the air, and the clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Disciple Qiao Ming greets the palace master. When everything had returned to normal, Qiao Ming's people had already bowed in front of the palace master. Congratulations! The head of the palace congratulated Qiao Ming. The other elders around him were also full of joy and a series of congratulations. The tribulation was successful, and the Yuaning stage was completed in the process of crossing the tribulation. Qiao Ming had become another Yuaning stage master announced by the Chunying Palace. And this time the tribulation was very thorough. Without the help of the power of the thunder pomegranate, it was purely Qiao Ming's own cultivation base. A group of jet-on stage masters witnessed the process of Qiao Ming's tribulation, and all of them had some insights. The high-level members of the Chunying Palace were all there. For the time being, there was nothing for them to do here. They all quickly returned to their own courtyards, and then recalled the process of crossing the tribulation in order to increase their experience. What happened in the end? After a rush of congratulations, the palace master finally asked, "This disciple has been stuck in the bottleneck for a long time. I took a medicinal pill newly refined by Yang Chen, and by chance, I succeeded in crossing the tribulation." Qiao Ming certainly would not hide it, and directly said the cause and effect. "A medicinal pill made you break through? What kind of medicinal pill is that?" The palace master was overjoyed and immediately asked quickly, "Is it the Yuaning pill?" "It is the pill recipe that this disciple got from the monster race, the inner sensing pill." Yang Chen replied respectfully, and his face was also full of joy. Chapter 644. The medicinal pill of the monster race. The master of the palace was just stunned, but immediately returned to normal. Whether it was the medicinal pill of the human race or the monster race, as long as it worked, it was a good medicinal pill. What is the effect of this medicinal pill? Zhu Qintao, as the master of the medicinal hall, was naturally very concerned about the medicinal pill and immediately couldn't wait to ask. After Yang Chen introduced the role of the inner sensing pill, everyone was silent, to explore the operation of their own blood and spiritual power in the body. This kind of medicinal pill was simply unheard of and unseen. Everyone understood that no matter how powerful a genius was when they were cultivating, it was impossible to take care of everything. There were always some parts of the body that were not taken into account. They were strong and weak. This was a very normal phenomenon, but everyone generally did not take care of it when they were cultivating. This was not to say that everyone did not pay attention to it when they were cultivating, but the meridians on the body were originally distributed in disorder. They were dense, and it was normal for this kind of situation to occur. Only those who cultivated to the extreme could feel the distribution of blood in the body and could make up for the shortcomings in the body. But most people, even more than half of the Yuanying stage masters, could not do this. This medicinal pill actually had such a powerful function. After listening to the introduction of Yang Chen, after contemplating for a while, the eyes of several Yuanying stage ancestors suddenly lit up. With this inner sensing pill, didn't it mean that everyone could clearly know the situation in their own body in the future and targeted to make up for some of the places that they could not cultivate? No wonder Qiao Ming could break through to the peak Jedon stage. It was really powerful. All the people present were elder-level figures, and the only two who were not elders were Yang Chen and Qiao Ming. Among the two, one was the refiner of the medicinal pill, and the other had already crossed the tribulation and would soon join the ranks of the elders. At the beginning, when Yang Chen introduced it, the master of the palace quietly arranged 2 restrictions, isolating the possibility of outsiders eavesdropping. Now that they were all on the same side, naturally there was no need to hide anything. Everyone knew that Yang Chen had added a big killing weapon to the Chunying Palace, and everyone's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. This inner sensing pill, not only could it be used by the Jedon stage masters, even these Yuanying stage ancestors could still use it. The news that Qiao Ming was promoted to a Yuanying stage ancestor quickly spread out, but not many people knew that it was related to Yang Chen. Chunying Palace tightly sealed the news, but some people inside Chunying Palace were vaguely aware that Qiao Ming's promotion must have something to do with Yang Chen. Just the fact that Qiao Ming's tribulation was outside of Yang Chen's alchemy workshop was enough to arouse many people's imagination. However, those who could attend the ceremony at that time were basically trustworthy people in Chunying Palace. No matter who they were, they would not leak the news. However, Yang Chen now had to start to consider whether the power of the 2nd grade inner sensing pill was too strong and the medicinal effect was too fierce. Although Qiao Ming had already advanced to the nascent soul realm, there was still some small damage to his hearing. It would take a while to recover. For this issue, Zhu Qintao, who had the most right to speak on alchemy, also temporarily supported Yang Chen's proposition. According to Qiao Ming's personal experience, after the inner sensing pill was taken, although the time of effect was very short, it was only for dozens of breaths, but it made Qiao Ming have a huge pain. If the duration was longer, although Qiao Ming could still form his nascent soul, he would inevitably be hurt more deeply. The 2nd grade inner sensing pill, after Yang Chen and Zhu Qintao discussed it, they decided to temporarily seal it. Next, Yang Chen would first refine a batch of 1st grade inner sensing pills. Perhaps after the adaptation of the 1st grade inner sensing pill, everyone would be able to get used to the powerful medicinal properties of the 2nd grade inner sensing pill. There was a refining, and it was still a 2nd grade refining, so it was much simpler for Yang Chen to refine the 1st grade inner sensing pill again. This time, it only took 3 months to complete the refining of the 1st grade inner sensing pill. Yang Chen was refining, but the news of Qiao Ming forming his nascent soul had already spread. Chunying Palace was now rising, so everyone was always paying attention to the news about Chunying Palace. A good gentleman had actually succeeded in forming his nascent soul, and it was in the situation where he had been troubled by the peak Jedon stage for hundreds of years. Originally, Qiao Ming was a quiet person, and everyone had almost forgotten his existence. Among the several hall masters of Chunying Palace, Liang Xiaoming was famous. When had they heard of Qiao Ming? But Qiao Ming actually formed his nascent soul, which made people puzzled. Many people began to inquire if Qiao Ming had any adventures, or for other reasons. However, the people of Chunying Palace were very tight-lipped, and almost all the people who had attended the ceremony were in retreat, so outsiders simply did not know the reason. Regarding the matter of the inner sensing pill, Chunying Palace intended to hold it tightly in their hands and temporarily not spread it. It must be known that the pill recipe of the monster race was not only available in Chunying Palace. Being able to have a period of time was an advantage for a period of time. When Yang Chen came out of the alchemy room again, the door of the alchemy room had been replaced by another person, but it was Su Qingxin, the hall master of the Foreign Affairs Hall. When Su Qingxin saw Yang Chen, he was also looking forward to it. The whole story of Qiao Ming forming his nascent soul, Chunying Palace did not hide it from these hall masters. Seeing that Qiao Ming had also succeeded in forming his nascent soul, Su Qingxin also had a lot of ideas. According to Su Qingxin's qualifications, being in the peak Jedon stage was already the limit. Su Qingxin himself was well aware of this, and the other high-level members of Chunying Palace were also well aware of it. If there was no Yang Chen and there was no inner sensing pill, Su Qingxin would accept his fate. However, Chunying Palace had an alchemy master, and his medicinal pills were superb. Not only was there a questioning inner heart pill, but now there was also an inner sensing pill. Looking at Qiao Ming, who was about the same as himself, after taking a second-grade inner sensing pill, he successfully crossed his tribulation and formed his nascent soul, which made Su Qingxin unable to sit still. After thinking about it again and again, he went directly to the door of Yang Chen's alchemy room and waited, looking forward to a miracle. Su Qingxin's thoughts, Yang Chen knew it clearly. In his previous life, Su Qingxin was also stuck in the bottleneck of forming his nascent soul. Until the destruction of Chunying Palace, he could not go further. In the battle with the Taishimen, he died. In this life, Su Qingxin also took care of Yang Chen a lot. Not to mention later, when Chu Heng was still there, Su Qingxin took care of Yang Chen at the Heavenly Stairway gathering. Of course, Yang Chen would not forget this sentiment, so he would give Su Qingxin the mantis puppet and thunder pomegranate. However, since there was an inner sensing pill, Su Qingxin had to try it to see if this medicinal pill of the monster race that had not been refined by the second grade had any effect. Chapter 645. Of course, this time Yang Chen and Su Qingxin would not immediately test the effect of the inner sensing pill at the door of Yang Chen's pill room. With the last incident, the two of them had to report to the head of the palace. Yang Chen had this intention. Su Qingxin had been responsible for foreign affairs for many years and knew this truth better. The two came to the residence of the head of the palace and explained their intentions. This time, the head of the palace was very straightforward and gathered several elders. Everyone wanted to see the effect of this inner sensing pill with their own eyes. Su Qingxin had made up his mind and did not care that he had become the object of the test. He quietly waited for the arrival of the elders and then started. All the elders were here, and even Qiao Ming, who was newly promoted to the Yuanying stage ancestor, was no exception. The elders wanted to urgently know if this inner sensing pill was really helpful in forming the nascent soul. In 3 months, Qiao Ming's hearing damage had been completely recovered, and he was steadily consolidating his cultivation base. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with taking the inner sensing pill at all. In order to prevent the carelessness of taking the medicinal pill and immediately starting the tribulation to form the nascent soul, this time, Su Qingxin took the medicine in the mountain gate of the Chunying Palace. Of course, it was not in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave, so as not to damage the Immortal's cave because of the tribulation. After arranging a soundproof formation, Su Qingxin sat cross-legged, put on a posture of cultivation, and swallowed the first-grade inner-sensing pill in his hand. Soon, in the eyes of everyone, they saw the abnormality shown by Su Qingxin. His face was flushed, as if he was enduring some pain. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at Su Qingxin without blinking, for fear of missing something. What was surprising was that the first-grade inner-sensing pill lasted several times longer than the second-grade inner-sensing pill. When Xiaoming took it, it was only a few dozen breaths before the effect disappeared. And now, Su Qingxin actually persisted for half an incense stick of time before it ended. This time, there was no tribulation cloud immediately, indicating that Su Qingxin did not enter the state of forming the nascent soul. However, even so, Su Qingxin's face was full of cold sweat, as if he had experienced a painful ordeal. Everyone didn't know what the situation was like. No one dared to take the initiative to open the restriction. Everything was waiting for Chief Su to do it himself. After a long time, Hall Master Su slowly returned to normal and took the initiative to remove the restriction. Immediately, he heard the eagerness of the head of the palace. "How is it?" "My cultivation is still not up to par." Su Qingxin may have realized a lot of things from this time's inner sensing pill. Although he was not able to form his nascent soul on the spot, his face still couldn't suppress the excitement. "I thought I had reached the peak of the Jidan stage. Only the last step was left. Now I understand that it is still far away." He checked the circulation of his qi, blood, and spiritual power. Sure enough, he was right. Su Qingxin finally understood why he had been unable to cross over. However, despite his excitement, Su Qingxin still felt some regret. After a pause, Su Qingxin slowly shook his head and said, "When I was at Foundation Establishment, I went in the wrong direction. Even now, I can't change it." After he said that, everyone sighed. There was a deviation when laying the foundation. Now it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to correct it, not to mention Yangqin. It was estimated that even the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord could not change it, unless Su Qingxin was willing to abolish his cultivation base and start over again. However, at Su Qingxin's current age, abolishing his cultivation base meant a dead end. If he didn't wait for his cultivation base to be restored, it was estimated that his lifespan would be exhausted. Try to make up for it. If it doesn't work, use the thunder pomegranate to forcibly cross the tribulation and improve your cultivation base. Everyone was silent, and no one said anything. Yang Chen looked at it and said next to him, "Maybe with the help of the thunder during the tribulation, these hidden dangers can be removed." Crossing the tribulation was not only a test of heaven, but also a reward for the person who crossed the tribulation. Originally, everyone was a little depressed. When they heard the words of Yang Chen, everyone suddenly became spirited. Even Su Qingxin changed his previous regret and became more and more excited. This first-grade inner sensing pill. Is there any unbearable situation? Now that there was a way, everyone was no longer silent. Zhu Qiantao immediately revolved around the efficacy of the inner sensing pill and asked Su Qingxin how he felt. Su Qingxin didn't hide anything and quickly told him what he felt. With a comparison with Xiaoming, everyone quickly figured out a lot. The first-grade inner sensing pill and the second-grade inner sensing pill. Basically, the efficacy should be the same. The difference was that the second-grade inner sensing pill shortened the time by almost 10 times, but it increased the sensory sensitivity by more than 10 times. While the pain was aggravated, it could also make people who took the medicine more clearly understand the problem. This time, Su Qingxin understood a lot, but it was still not enough. In response to the problems found this time, several elders took turns to point out and quickly adjusted Su Qingxin's cultivation. In just a short month, Su Qingxin had corrected his previous cultivation mistakes. Everyone gathered again, and Su Qingxin once again took a first-grade inner sensing pill and understood his own blood and spiritual power. However, this time it was obvious that Su Qingxin was used to it a lot and did not show so much pain. How is it? It was still Zhu Qintao who asked. The problems from the last time have been corrected, and nothing else has been found. Su Qingxin quickly replied, thinking about it, and continued, maybe the first-grade inner sensing pill can no longer make me feel deeper. This point, everyone also accepted. Taking the first-grade inner sensing pill twice, there would not be too many things that could be felt at this level. If he wanted to continue to understand it deeply, it was estimated that he still needed the second-grade inner sensing pill. Try the second grade. It was Qiao Ming who spoke. Only Qiao Ming had taken the second-grade inner sensing pill, and he was the most vocal besides Yang Qin. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Qingxin swallowed a second-grade inner sensing pill. Inside the formation, Su Qingxin's face suddenly turned red. His body trembled. The muscles on his face twisted directly, and there was no place on his body that was not tense. He could no longer adhere to the sitting posture of cultivation, and his body directly completed the shape of a shrimp. Everyone was shocked, but at this moment no one could help. Apart from watching Su Qingxin struggle to endure it, there was no other way. Fortunately, the time did not last long, and the time of dozens of breaths was fleeting. Soon, Su Qingxin's body slowly unfolded, and the look on his face was no longer so painful. Just as everyone was rejoicing in the clear sky, there was a sudden wind and clouds, and a large dark cloud quickly shrouded the sky over Chunyang Palace. In a moment, the sky was covered tightly. The tribulation cloud of the thunder tribulation actually came again at this time. Looking at this scene, all the high-level members of Chunyang Palace were happy to the extreme. Chapter 646. Not to mention whether Su Qingxin's tribulation was successful or not. Just the 2 second-grade inner sensing pills allowed the 2 masters of the peak Jedon stage to begin the process of crossing their tribulation, which had already explained many problems. The effect of the second-grade inner sensing pill at this moment had been raised by the head of the palace and the elders to a level similar to that of the nascent soul pill, and the spiritual awareness was even better. After all, the nascent soul pill only improved the success rate of forming the nascent soul. It was only effective after the user reached the stage of forming the nascent soul. Unlike now, it could raise the peak Jedon stage to the stage of forming the nascent soul. The tribulation clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, and Su Qingxin's face in the formation was getting more and more serious. He raised his head and looked nervously at the approaching tribulation clouds, and 2 thunder pomegranates suddenly appeared in his hands. This was what Yang Qin gave him a long time ago. The intention was to let Su Qingxin absorb part of the power of the thunder tribulation when he was not sure of crossing the tribulation. Such a scene has already attracted the attention of many people. The Jedon stage disciples who have been in Chunyang Palace recently were definitely blessed. In just 3 or 4 months, they could continuously watch the process of the 2 masters crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul. For them, it was definitely the best reference and experience. Without the arrangement of the head of the palace, those Jedon stage disciples skillfully occupied their respective positions and observed carefully. The whole process was very orderly, as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times. In fact, it was only because it had been done once more than 3 months ago that everyone was familiar with it. This was the core area of Chunyang Palace, and the defense was tight. Su Qingxin's process of crossing the tribulation was not afraid of others' interference. It was not easy to appear in this place, break through the siege of hundreds of Jedon stage masters, and make trouble under the eyes of the 11 Yuanying stage masters of Chunyang Palace. Seeing that the tribulation clouds were getting lower and lower, with a click, a thunder light finally broke out and directly hit Su Qingxin's body. The first thunder tribulation. Su Qingxin did not use the thunder pomegranate. If he couldn't even take the first thunder tribulation himself, There was no difference whether he used the thunder pomegranate or not. The lightning tribulations had always been stronger than the previous one. In fact, the more thunder tribulation he could withstand, the greater the benefits for the future. Only when he was not sure could he use the thunder pomegranate. Boom! The formation around Su Qingxin's body shattered in response, and lightning directly descended on his body. It was different from Qiaoming. Qiaoming had a fire spirit root, so when the lightning tribulation struck his body, it immediately shone brightly. Su Qingxin, on the other hand, had a water attribute spiritual root. The moment the lightning tribulation entered his body, it was as if it was absorbed by Su Qingxin's body, disappearing without a trace. Su Qingxin easily withstood the first lightning tribulation. His face revealed an even more confident expression. However, the 2 thunder pomegranates in his hands had not been withdrawn. He still held them in his hands just in case. Boom! The second bolt of lightning descended and sank into Su Qingxin's body. But this time, Su Qingxin was not as relaxed as before. It took a while for the aftershocks of the lightning to slowly disappear. Then came the third, the fourth, each thicker than the last, until the 8th. The first lightning bolt was only as thick as a person's thigh, but the 8th lightning bolt was as thick as 2 people. When the 8th lightning bolt entered his body, Su Qingxin's face was already covered in sweat. Anyone could see that he was struggling to resist. Finally, Su Qingxin, who was flushed, completely absorbed the 8th lightning tribulation. But the power of the lightning tribulation still made him vomit blood. A mouthful of bright red blood sprayed out 3 feet away. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The Jedan stage masters who were watching the ceremony were all in a cold sweat and worried about Su Qingxin. At the same time, they were also very concerned. If they saw a master who was crossing the tribulation veil when they were watching the ceremony, it would have some impact on their own cultivation and confidence. The 9th lightning bolt was even stronger than the 8th. It was already as thick as 3 people. The light was so blazing that people did not dare to look directly at it. In the worried eyes of everyone, the lightning tribulation once again fell on the top of Su Qingxin's head without mercy. This time, Su Qingxin did not try to be brave again, but used the thunder pomegranate. 2 thunder pomegranates that were bigger than Su Qingxin's fists appeared directly on the top of Su Qingxin's head. The thick lightning bolt, as if it had encountered some attraction, was directly divided into 3, 2 of which instantly disappeared into the 2 thunder pomegranates. The remaining one, the original 1/3 of the lightning tribulation, once again fell on Su Qingxin's body. The weakened 1/3 of the lightning tribulation was no longer a threat to Su Qingxin, and it was even easier than the 8th lightning tribulation. When the 9th lightning tribulation also disappeared into Su Qingxin's body, the tribulation clouds in the sky finally no longer gathered and slowly began to dissipate, revealing a clear sky. Su Qingxin's body sat firmly in the same place, and there was almost no change. However, several elders who were closer to him had already noticed that the momentum that he exuded was completely different from the past. The lightning tribulation disappeared, and Su Qingxin, who was sitting in the same place, finally returned to normal. He suddenly opened his eyes, laughed, and stood up. "Congratulations!" The master of the palace immediately congratulated Su Qingxin. The surrounding elders were also beaming with joy as they congratulated Su Qingyi. At this point, everyone knew that Su Qingxin was successful in crossing the tribulation this time, and there was another Yuanying stage master in Chunying Palace. Although Su Qingxin still used the thunder pomegranate at the last moment, after all, he still passed the tribulation. The Yuanying stage was the Yuanying stage. Even if it was a weak Yuanying stage master, it was much stronger than the Jedan stage master. In less than 4 months, Chunying Palace had produced 2 Yuanying stage masters. This news, it was believed that it would soon spread throughout the cultivation world. The 2 who were promoted to the Yuanying stage, one was Mr. Qiaoming, and the other was the Foreign Affairs Hall Master Su Qingxin. Many people were not optimistic about the two before. Now they were promoted almost at the same time. It was estimated that many people would break their heads to know. The master of the palace had decided to use the second-grade inner sensing pill as the secret weapon of Chunyang Palace. The inner sensing pill was the pill recipe of the monster race, and some people could get it from other channels. However, the second-grade refining was not something that everyone could do. If used well, these inner sensing pills could definitely bring a large number of masters to Chunyang Palace. Just when everyone thought that this time Su Qingxin's tribulation was over, and they wanted to disperse and go back to laugh at Su Qingxin's tribulation experience, suddenly, an aura that almost made everyone tremble suddenly appeared on the top of everyone's head. The powerful aura directly enveloped all the areas of Chunyang Palace and did not dissipate for a long time. But in the sky, a vision began to appear again. Chapter 647. A violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, causing everyone's clothes to flutter loudly. A faint haze began to slowly appear. That powerful aura was also getting stronger and stronger, as if it was provoking something. In the sky, the white haze was getting thicker and thicker, almost enveloping the entire area. Master Ancestor is going to cross the tribulation. Yang Chen was the first to react. His spiritual awareness instantly found the source of this aura. It was the place where Wang Yong retreated. When the head of the palace and the surrounding elders heard Yang Chen's words, they immediately reacted, and one by one they were even more surprised. Wang Yong's tribulation meant that Chunyang Palace could soon have a master of the Deshang stage. How could it not make everyone happy? Not good. Let everyone disperse. The Yin Fire tribulation is not something that anyone can watch. The head of the palace instantly realized that it was not appropriate. If they allowed the current scene to continue, then these Jedon stage masters did not know how dangerous it would be. Several elders suddenly got busy and quickly evacuated the surrounding Jedon stage disciples to a safe distance. Fortunately, the Yin Fire tribulation was not coming immediately, and there was still a long time for everyone to evacuate safely. It was almost impossible for a Jedon stage master to watch the Yin Fire tribulation, unless they were as powerful as Yangchen. However, even so, at a distance, they could feel the aura of the Yin Fire tribulation, which was a rare experience for any cultivator. Originally, only the Jedon stage masters of Chunyang Palace had this good luck. But now, the cultivators within the entire Meiqing mountain range seemed to have a blessing. This kind of opportunity usually could not be asked for, but they actually let them encounter it. Everyone quickly dispersed. But the head of the palace secretly released the 8 Yuanying stage cultivators who were accepted in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave. This kind of opportunity to watch the Yin Fire tribulation at a close distance, of course, must be enjoyed by their own people. The old tree demon was also attracted. He had not appeared for a long time, and he appeared next to Yangchen. Without waiting for Yangchen to say anything, he directly enveloped Yangchen within his protective range. Although Yangchen had the ability to protect himself, his friendship with the old tree demon was not enough for Yangchen to protect himself when the old tree demon was around. The power of Yin Fire tribulation was huge, and Wang Yong's momentum was getting stronger and stronger. As the haze became thicker and thicker, Wang Yong's momentum also rose higher and higher. Finally, when Wang Yong's momentum reached its peak, the Yin Fire tribulation began to descend. Grandmaster Wang Yong's figure directly broke through the seclusion room and appeared in the sky above everyone's heads. Through the haze, everything seemed hazy, and he couldn't see very clearly. However, at this time, no one was stupid enough to release their spiritual awareness to explore. It was simply blatantly helping Wang Yong bear the power of the Yin Fire tribulation. The Yin Fire tribulation of a Yuanying stage master who was promoted to the Deshang stage. Except for the old tree demon, who else could take it? As Gao Yu's master and Yang Chen's grandmaster, Wang Yong naturally had a fire spirit root. The Yin Fire tribulation came, and everyone only saw a burning humanoid torch in the haze. Although Wang Yong could be seen burning, the light of the burning was not intense at all. It was just a little brighter than the normal situation. It was not enough to break through all the haze and let everyone see it clearly. But even so, the huge power of the Yin fire tribulation, even if everyone was so far away, they could still feel it. It was just a little bit, but everyone was surprised by the power of the Yin fire tribulation. As a Yuanying stage master, many elders felt this degree of tribulation, and they couldn't help but change their faces one by one. Not to mention resisting the tribulation. Let the strongest one among them barely bear half of the power of the first Yin fire tribulation. It was estimated that they would die on the spot. Could it be that this Yin fire tribulation was so strong? For a time, everyone, including the master of the palace, had a feeling of discouragement. The flame in Junior Brother Wang's body has absorbed the power of the Yin fire tribulation, so there will be this kind of power. The old tree demon next to him also felt that Wang Yong's Yin fire tribulation was extraordinary, but he quickly figured out the problem and said, "This time the Yin fire tribulation is a bit more powerful, but it is not unbearable for everyone. But if you want to add Junior Brother Wang's flame, I can't take it." Gue Shanyu was a disciple of the master of the palace, and his seniority was the same as the master of the palace. Plus, he was the oldest, so he called Wang Yong as a junior brother. When he explained this, everyone immediately understood. The Yin fire tribulation, plus Wang Yong's own flame, of course, the power was not strong, and it was normal to not be able to take it. Gue Shanyu's body was a laurel tree, the first wood attribute of iron, and the fire restrained the wood. It was innately limited, and it was normal that he cannot take it. However, why did Wang Yong merge his own flame with the Yin fire tribulation and enhance the power to this point? Looking at the hazy figure in the mist, no one could understand. The ancestor is using the power of the Yin fire tribulation to quench a new flame and to absorb the power of the Yin fire. Yang Qin suddenly explained on the side. Among the people present, if Yang Chen dared to say that his understanding of the flame ranked second, then no one dared to claim to be the first, even Wang Yong, who was facing the tribulation. Don't look at him as the ancestor, but he really couldn't compare with Yang Chen's insight. Listening to Yang Chen's explanation, everyone once again realized. For Yang Chen to speak at this time, no one expressed surprise. Even the newly received Yuanying stage masters of the Hall of Eccentrics were the same. After understanding, everyone looked forward to Wang Yong more and more. Others were cautious in their tribulation, and they could not concentrate on the power of the tribulation. Wang Yong actually had the leisure time to absorb the Yin fire tribulation to quench the flame. It could be seen that his confidence was not ordinary. Could it be that this time Chunyang Palace was really going to have another master of the Deshang stage? The fluctuation of the vitality in Meiqing Mountain was simply the best sign. Even if it was a cultivator with no knowledge, they knew that there was a master who was facing the tribulation. In the same day, there were two heavenly tribulations, a thunder tribulation and a Yin fire tribulation, which surprised some of the guys lurking in Meiqing Mountain, and they couldn't believe what they saw. If Su Qingxin's Yuanying stage was acceptable to everyone, then the sudden appearance of a quasi-Deshang stage master was absolutely shocking. Wang Yong's retreat to the Deshang stage was not concealed from outsiders. So many people guessed that Wang Yong was facing the tribulation. Countless people stared at the direction of the tribulation, and there was only one concept left in their hearts. Within 3 or 4 months, Chunyang Palace had 2 more Yuanying stage masters. If Wang Yong passed the Yin fire tribulation, then there would be another master of the Deshang stage. This rapid increase in power could only explain one thing. Chunyang Palace was really rising. Chapter 648. There was an essential difference between having one master of the Deshang stage and 2 masters of the Deshang stage in a sect. If nothing else, a master of the Deshang stage, the best result for the sect was to sit in the sect and guide the younger generation while cultivating. However, this method had a big flaw. Reading 10,000 books was not as good as walking 10,000 miles. A master of the Dashang stage could not become a master by staying in the sect and then reach the peak of the tribulation to ascend. They always had to experience all kinds of human feelings, accumulate enough experience, and even have arduous battles in order to improve their own state of mind. The masters who have been staying in the sect would never be able to ascend. However, the sect was the foundation of the development of the entire sect, and everyone must strictly guard it. If it wasn't for the old tree demon Gui Shanyu who had a clone, he could only stay in Meiqing Mountain. The two masters of the Dashang stage were different. The two could take turns and discuss with each other. When the cultivation base reached the level of the Dashang stage, many times the cultivation was not simply the cultivation of spiritual power, but the improvement of the state of mind. It was always better to discuss with two people than to be depressed. When a master of the Dashang stage was in, he could only work hard to understand himself. Even if he wanted to ask others, there was no chance. First, there were not many people who could instruct the masters of the Dashang stage. Second, the masters of other sects, why would they instruct you? Two people were different. There were not so many precautions between the same sect. At least in some aspects, they could discuss freely, which was especially important for the cultivation of the state of mind. Apart from these, to deal with a master of the Dashang stage, at least one master of the Dashang stage was needed, and perhaps a few Yuanying stage masters were needed to help. But to deal with two masters of the Dashang stage, it must be at least 3 masters of the Dashang stage to have a chance of winning. It could be said that 2 masters of the Dashang stage meant that this sect was as stable as Mount Tai and could be passed on for a long time. Wang Yong was different from the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. The old tree demon was a different person and later joined the Chunying Palace. But Wang Yong entered the Chunying Palace from the beginning of his cultivation and cultivated little by little until he reached this point. His feelings for Chunying Palace were far beyond that of the old tree demon. The head of the palace and other elders were more willing to have a native master of the Dashang stage, so that outsiders would say that Chunying Palace really had a master of the Dashang stage cultivated by themselves, rather than being lucky and recruiting one. Wang Yong's in-fire tribulation continued, but except for the old tree demon and Yang Qin, everyone else had to retreat. The momentum coming from Wang Yong's side had been rising, and the flame on Wang Yong's body, for some reason, had released an amazing heat. Even the head of the palace and the elders could not resist it and could only retreat. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand this level of heat, but if they wanted to resist it, they would have to use their spiritual power to resist. At this time, whether it was the confrontation of spiritual power or the exploration of the divine sense, it would only invite trouble to oneself. The heavenly tribulation would not care whether it was the person crossing the tribulation or not. The old tree demon was of the wood attribute. In addition to being able to feel that Wang Yong's flame was very dangerous, he could not deeply understand Wang Yong's fire control technique and the difficulty of it. However, the old tree demon was not clear, but Yang Chen was very clear. Wang Yong used the in-fire of the heavenly tribulation to quench his own flame, which made Yang Chen very surprised. What surprised him the most was that he couldn't recognize what Wang Yong's flame was. When Wang Yong was in the peak Yuanying stage, it was only a 4th grade fire seed. Before the retreat, he had not heard of Wang Yong getting any good fire seed. But now, in the eyes of Yang Qin, Wang Yong's fire seed was no longer the original 4th grade fire seed, but a flame that he had never seen before. The strength of this flame was rare in the world. Even Yang Chen was not sure to recognize it, and others were even more puzzled. Yang Qin couldn't understand what kind of fire seed this was, or he could only wait for Wang Yong's tribulation to complete before he could really know the answer. Using the in-fire tribulation to quench the flame, this was not Wang Yong's original creation, but the result of Yang Chen's intentional or unintentional mention before. At this point, Yang Chen was not surprised at all, but this flame was really too strong. According to Yang Chen's estimation, it had at least reached the level of the 6th grade flame. That was still the current level. If he waited for it to be quenched with the Een fire tribulation, he might be able to break through the limit of the 6th level and become a 7th level flame. The 7th level flame that was already the strongest in the mortal world. The pure yang true fire left by the ancestor was just a 7th level flame. Wang Yong did not rely on the strength of the original flame, but abruptly used his own and external forces to raise the grade of his own fire seed to the extreme. It was simply challenging the limits of the cultivators in the world. In the previous life, Wang Yong had fallen before he even reached the peak Yuanying stage. In this life, with Yang Qin, everything has become completely different from the original. According to this level, the development of Wang Yong was stronger than that of Yang Chen's previous life. You must know that even if Yang Chen's previous life was bad, he was still ranked as a great principal golden immortal. The Een fire burned silently, and the people in the distance seemed to only be able to see this. However, Yang Chen and the old tree demon were so close that they could see it more clearly. Although the master of the palace and other Yuanying stage masters were a little further away, they could also see it clearly. As the 2nd stage of the Een fire tribulation, in addition to burning on the body of Wang Yong, it was also burning in Wang Yong's flame. No one could describe the situation at this moment. There was only one thought in the eyes of everyone who saw this scene. That was Wang Yong, whether it was the flame or the body, seemed to be bathed in the Een fire of the tribulation. Purifying and quenching, or perhaps nirvana rebirth, was more suitable to describe the change of Wang Yong at this moment. Everyone understood the danger of the Een fire tribulation, but no one in this circle thought that this Een fire tribulation would have any impact on Wang Yong. This was a speechless feeling. It seemed that in everyone's mind it was so natural. The smile on Yang Chen's face had never been less. He had completely seen that Wang Yong did not take the risk of crossing the tribulation after barely reaching the realm, but after experiencing sufficient accumulation, he made the decision to cross the tribulation. Perhaps it was attracted by the 2 consecutive thunder tribulations in just 2 months. The changes caused by the heaven and earth's essence would never be hidden from the perception of Wang Yong, and the success of the 2 people in a row also made Wang Yong full of confidence in his own tribulation. In short, in the process of Wang Yong's tribulation, it was full of an indomitable momentum. This momentum was even stronger than the old tree demon who had suppressed more than a dozen Een fire tribulations. Chapter 649. The reason why the old tree demon Gui Shanyu would suppress the Een fire tribulation was that he did not have the confidence to cross the tribulation. He cultivated by himself, and sometimes he was not very clear about the level of his cultivation base. He never thought about what it meant to suppress more than a dozen Een fire tribulations. In addition, the old tree demon was a wood attribute. Although the fire did not directly subdue wood, it had a fatal damage to the wood attribute. Therefore, even when he was crossing the tribulation in Meiqing Mountain, Gui Shanyu was still a little guilty. If Yang Chen hadn't given him the clone secret art and transformation secret art, he would still not be so confident. Now, Wang Yong was completely different. The surging momentum and the constant provocation of the tribulation directly reflected that his confidence had burst to the extreme. The tribulation was now not a tribulation for Wang Yong, but a sledgehammer and anvil to temper himself, which could only make himself stronger. The 3rd and 4th tribulation. Every time Een fire tribulation came, even if the crowd was far away, they could perceive the confidence and assurance that Wang Yong showed. This confidence not only made Wang Yong feel relaxed when dealing with the tribulation, but it even affected all the cultivators within 100 miles. At this moment, all the cultivators felt the positive confidence and the heroic spirit of never giving up. It was not known how many people had felt that they could not see the road ahead clearly. They had been lost and confused. But at this moment, they suddenly had a thorough understanding. Compared with Wang Yong's tribulation, what difficulties and obstacles they had encountered before, what cultivation bottlenecks, almost all of them had become illusory. Countless cultivators at this moment suddenly put down the knot that had been entangled in their hearts for a long time. They were enlightened, their thoughts were clear, and even the spiritual power in their bodies began to stir. Within 100 miles, the inner mountain gate of Chunying Palace was completely covered, and this area was an area where people from other sects and rogue cultivators could not enter without an invitation. The impact of Wang Yang's momentum made all the inner mountain disciples of Chunying Palace unknowingly undergo a spiritual baptism. But the tribulation did not end here, and it still fell step by step. The 5th, 6th, 7th. At the time of the 7th Yin fire tribulation, the master of the palace had to retreat a few feet again, so that he could safely bear the superposition of the Yin fire tribulation and Wang Yang's flames. At this time, whether it was the power of the tribulation or the power of Wang Yang's flame, in short, the stronger it was, the happier the head of the palace and the elders were. The stronger it was, the higher Wang Yang's cultivation base would be. If this were to continue, Wang Yang's success in transcending the tribulation was a sure thing. Just when the elders were looking forward to the birth of the second master of the Deshang stage, and other cultivators who were affected by Wang Yang's momentum were enjoying the process of being full of confidence, suddenly the scene changed. The 8th Yin fire tribulation was normal, but the 9th one suddenly surged several times. The violent process was like a pot of boiling oil that had been simmering over a fire. Suddenly, a torch was thrown into the pot. Hung! Wang Yang's surroundings suddenly turned into a huge field of fire. Countless bright flames directly lit up all the thick fog, and even the haze was burned away by the sudden flames without a trace. The fastest reaction was the old tree demon, almost instantaneously flew back hundreds of feet, directly out of the scope of the fire. The master of the palace was not slow either. At the moment of receiving the warning of the old tree demon, he also retreated and went directly behind the old tree demon. Within the range of hundreds of feet, it was all tumbling flames. This was a new fire seed that was mixed with the flames in Wang Yang's body. In just a moment, it spread into a huge flame ball. Yang Chen felt a familiar taste from the flame this time, and after a little thought he understood. This kind of flame was clearly the Qilin fire. However, slightly different from the ordinary Qilin fire, the flame of the 3rd fire was mixed with the smell of 9th water, so that Yang Chen did not recognize it at first. This was the harvest that Yang Chen brought to the ancestors' Qilin horn. The dual attribute Qilin horn was not only successfully refined by Wang Yang into his life source flying sword, but also absorbed the flame in it, turning it into this unique Qilin water fire, reaching the power of the 6th grade fire seed. Everyone was in fear and didn't know what happened. All the cultivators within the range of Meiqing Mountain were feeling the spiritual power fluctuations of Wang Yang's tribulation. Suddenly, they found that there was a huge burning sun over Meiqing Mountain. For a time, countless exclamations rose and fell one after another. Everyone was staring at the huge fireball and pointing at it. What the hell was going on? Did he fail to cross the tribulation? Or did he succeed? Just as they were feeling bewildered, they suddenly heard Wang Yang's laughter that was filled with confidence and joy. Ha 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 ha. A long laugh almost challenged the limit of everyone's curiosity. Everyone couldn't wait to know the result, but the laughter lasted for a long time. After half an incense stick of time, there was no sign of stopping. However, the meaning of the incomparable confidence in the smile was still appreciated by everyone. In the huge fireball, there was still such confidence, so the confidence of the cultivators of Chunying Palace had reached the highest. Finally, the laughter stopped, and then everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. The huge fireball suddenly began to sink towards the center, and a piercing sound of wind rang in everyone's ears. In the strong whistling sound, the fireball was suddenly blown away and turned into a thick cloud of fire. Then, the cloud of fire turned into a thin and long fire silk and flew in one direction. The end of the fire silk stopped in the mouth of Wang Yong, who was floating in the air. At this moment, Wang Yong was like sucking something delicious, swallowing the fire silk into his mouth. The flames in the sky were getting less and less, and finally, all of them were swallowed by Wang Yong. Then the smoke and fog dissipated, the clouds were dispelled, and everything in the sky returned to normal. Wang Yong, who had absorbed all the fire clouds, laughed again, shook his body, and disappeared without a trace. But this last laugh, in the hearts of the inner sect disciples, seemed to be enlightened and entered their sea of consciousness. Everyone couldn't help but have an indelible mark in their sea of consciousness. The figure of Wang Yong's heroic laughter was firmly remembered in everyone's heart. No matter when, as long as they thought of the pride of this laughter, it seemed that all the hardships would be regarded as trivial. Even if there were many hardships in the future, it was just a whetstone for themselves. Chapter 650. Wang Yong's figure had now appeared beside the head of the palace and the elders. Although he did not straightforwardly announce that he had succeeded in crossing the tribulation, all those who noticed the spiritual power shock in the final process had already understood that Wang Yong was already a master of the Deshang stage. Countless spies in the range of Meiqing Mountain, rogue cultivators, after realizing this, almost used the fastest speed to spread the news. Chunying Palace added a master of the Deshang stage, and it was also a master of the Deshang stage who was born and raised in Chunying Palace. In the future, even if it was Taishaman, it would be impossible to send a master of the Deshang stage with more than a dozen Yuanying stage cultivators to oppress Chunying Palace. Since then, the Piryang Palace, as a second-rate sect, could be pinched by others. The era has gone forever. Congratulations, senior brother Wang. Congratulations, master ancestor. A series of congratulations immediately appeared around Wang Yong. On everyone's face, there was uncontrollable joy. With the second master of the Deshang stage, it meant that even if he went out in the future, he could also straighten his back. Even if he met the cultivators of the first-class sects, he would not have to be careful and humble. Wang Yong succeeded in crossing the tribulation, and even his temperament had changed dramatically. There was no longer the kind of guilt in Yang Chen's memory of his previous life. He was full of self-confidence, but he was a lot calmer. Standing there, he was not angry, like a towering mountain range, giving people a feeling of sturdiness and unsurmountable. Congratulations, congratulations. Wang Yong responded to everyone's congratulations, but he walked to the opposite side of the head of the palace and saluted the head of the palace as usual. Greetings, head of the palace. Senior brother is excused. The head of the palace was already trembling with excitement at the moment. When did Chunying Palace have such a glorious moment? Who would have thought that under his leadership it would flourish and flourish? Moreover, even if Wang Yong was promoted to the Deshang stage, he still respected him as always, which made the head of the palace feel emotional and difficult to calm down. Palace master, elders, martial ancestor, it's not convenient to speak here. Let's find another place. Everyone was very excited, and no one noticed that they were still in public. Yang Chen hurriedly reminded everyone when he saw that they were about to open up and talk freely. Everyone reacted, and the palace master waved his sleeves and sent everyone to the hall of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave. With the disappearance of the crowd, the large group of Jedon stage masters of Chunying Palace reacted. One by one, like rabbits that had been shot by an arrow, they quickly rushed back to their residences. This time, not only did he watch the process of Hall Master Su Qingxin's tribulation at a close distance, but he was also fortunate to see the process of Elder Wang Yong's promotion to the Deshang stage. This kind of opportunity was simply smashed on the head by the sky. If the process of Hall Master Qiao Ming's tribulation 3 months ago was added, it could even be said that this group of Jedon stage masters who had been in the sect was smashed by a pure gold pie that fell from the sky. Being able to watch the ceremony of crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul had already given them a finishing touch to their cultivation. Now, there was the experience of Elder Wang Yong's tribulation, The kind of momentum full of confidence directly made everyone have a feeling of near madness. Whether it was the bottleneck or the difficulty they were facing, it was simply something that could be overcome with a gentle step. Even those cultivators who had no problems for the time being had a kind of understanding that the efficiency of the future would definitely be at least 5 points higher than before. Not to mention these Jet-on stage masters. Even those disciples in the foundation stage had the same feeling. No matter what kind of cultivation method they practiced, no matter what stage they were at now, it had a nearly efficient catalyst effect on their cultivation. Every inner sect disciple present had the urge to go into seclusion to cultivate. All of them hurriedly rushed back to their residences, gave instructions to their servants, and impatiently went into seclusion. At this time, if they didn't know how to digest these experiences, they would be fools. This kind of mood also existed among the elders and the head of the palace. However, their realms were high after all. The realm of the Yuanying stage ancestors was not what ordinary people could imagine. The situation of Elder Wang Yang's tribulation would certainly help them, but everyone's situation was different, and the situation of the tribulation would not be the same. What really had a great effect on them was the confidence that Elder Wang Yang's success in crossing the tribulation brought to them. For this point, as a Yuanying stage master, they were not in a hurry to retreat, as long as they firmly believed in this. The elders knew more than ordinary cultivators. With such confidence, if coupled with the second grade questioning inner heart pills, almost all the Yuanying stage elders had the confidence to attack the Deshang stage. At this point, even Su Qingxin, who had just crossed the tribulation and formed his nascent soul with the help of the thunder pomegranate, had this feeling. In the process of crossing the tribulation, Su Qingxin used the power of the thunder tribulation to almost sweep away the hidden injuries in his body caused by the wrong direction of his previous cultivation. Even if he started again from the early Yuanying stage, he had such confidence. The entire Chunying Palace was in this situation of extreme self-confidence, so that when many people came to Meiqing Mountain to visit friends, for a long time, they were told that the person they were going to visit was in retreat. In the year after Elder Wang Yong successfully crossed the tribulation, Chunying Palace set a record for the largest number of people in collective retreat, which was unprecedented and unmatched. The head of the palace and the elders did not say anything more to Wang Yong at this time, and they didn't even need to say anything more. Wang Yong's promotion to the Deshang stage was the greatest contribution to Chunying Palace. He didn't even have to do anything. He just needed to improve his own cultivation base. Wang Yong had been in retreat for decades, and there were many things that he was not very clear about. For this, it was enough for Yang Qin to explain. The head of the palace and other elders were also busy discussing the development direction of the sect in the future after there was one more Deshang stage and 2 Yuanying stage masters in the sect. In the same way, everyone must also start to consider the handling of the medicinal pills refined by Yang Qin. Although Yang Chen's medicinal pills were now his own, they were already closely related to the interests of the sect. If Chunying Palace wanted to develop, sometimes it was inseparable from the support of Yang Chen's medicinal pills. In any case, the current Chunying Palace had embarked on a road that was completely different from the memory of Yang Chen's previous life, and the road of this life was wider and brighter, allowing the disciples of Chunying Palace to go further on this road. Chapter 651. Wang Yong did have a lot of things that he wanted to know, and Yang Qin was the best candidate to solve Wang Yong's doubts. Many things were directly participated in by Yang Qin. In terms of the degree of detail, except for the head of the palace, the other elders could not be compared with Yang Qin. Yang Qin introduced to the ancestor in detail what happened in these years of retreat. He was promoted to the Jet-on stage. His master and senior apprentice sister were also promoted to the Jet-on stage. The detonation of the Taishimen, Ming Guangrua and Mao Qi came to denounce him, and so on. When he heard that the Taishimen suffered such a heavy blow, Wang Yong laughed happily. When he heard that Ming Guangrua came to bully them, Wang Yong's laughter had turned into a sneer. Don't worry, they will have a good look. After sneering, Wang Yong directly threw down a sentence. This account, sooner or later, will be settled. You continue. Next, naturally, Ming Guangrua and the others were squeezed by the words of the Lord of Tantai, leaving behind their life source magic weapons. As a result, Yang Qin erased the owner's consciousness of the flying sword, and they suffered a big loss. In this section, Wang Yong was of course happy. Yang Qin was his grand disciple. He destroyed tens of thousands of Taishi outer sect disciples, and also trapped a master of the Deshang stage, robbing people of their 15 life source magic weapons. This kind of thing was even more refreshing than him doing it himself. Later on, he went to the banyan tree Immortal's cave, bought cultivation methods, killed the second city lord, and got the monster race inheritance. These things, each of them made Wang Yong slightly nod, especially after hearing that he got the monster race inheritance, and that Yang Chen directly discussed with the head of the palace and the elders about taking down the banyan tree Immortal's cave. Wang Yong was stunned. He simply did not know how to describe his own grand disciple. He thought that Yang Chen was already a very troublesome person, but he still underestimated Yang Chen. Killing a master of the Deshang stage, and still intact, even the monster core was not damaged. Even if he was now a master of the Deshang stage, he did not dare to have such a guarantee. Yang Chen, a disciple in the early Jedon stage, actually did it. The body of the second city master was placed in front of Wang Yong. The body of a master of the Deshang stage. If he wanted to refine a puppet of the Deshang stage, naturally he needed Wang Yong, a master of the Deshang stage. Although the old tree demon's cultivation base was higher, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu himself was also a monster race monster. If he was asked to refine the body of a monster race Deshang stage master as a puppet, there may be psychological resistance. Secondly, this was originally a life-saving magic treasure that Yang Qin had prepared for his master, Gao Yu. As Gao Yu's master, it was only right and proper for Wang Yong to lend a hand. After carefully examining the body of the second city lord, Wang Yongkai put away the body of the Deshang stage master. For Yang Chen to be willing to consider Gao Yu like this, Wang Yong knew it in his heart and did not hesitate to agree to help. The next thing was that Yang Chen went to the extreme north and accepted a genius disciple of the monster race, which made Wang Yong feel relieved. His own grand disciple actually had a disciple, then his own seniority was not higher. Wang Yong never doubted Yang Chen's vision. Since Yang Chen said that Mu Bo was a genius in cultivation, it would never be wrong. Now Wang Yong wanted to see his own great-grand disciple immediately and see what kind of talent he had. Finally, Yang Chen said what happened recently about the inner sensing pill. Hearing that Yang Chen had refined a new medicinal pill, and this second-grade inner sensing pill actually made the two masters of the Chunyang Palace trapped in the peak Jedon stage cross their tribulation in just 3 months. Wang Yong almost jumped up in surprise. What medicinal pill? So powerful? Wang Yong directly extended his hand to Yang Chen. He wanted to see for himself what kind of medicinal pill this was. How could it be so powerful? If it could really make the masters of the peak Jedon stage form their nascent soul, wouldn't it be comparable to the high-level medicinal pill of the nascent soul formation pill? How could Yang Chen refuse the request of the master ancestor, the second-grade questioning inner heart pill, which was more advanced than the inner sensing pill? Yang Chen was open to the supply. How could he be stingy with a little inner sensing pill? He directly took out a first-grade inner sensing pill and a second-grade inner sensing pill and handed them to the hands of the master ancestor. After taking it, Wang Yong carefully observed the inner sensing pill. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the first-grade inner sensing pill. He did not even set up a protective formation. The master ancestor was a master of the Deshang stage. Naturally, he would not care about the small side effects of the inner sensing pill. Yang Chen did not remind him. He just waited slowly. Soon, Wang Yong recovered from the experience of closing his eyes and opened his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about it. After a while, he directly took the second-grade inner sensing pill. This time the time was shorter, but the master ancestor was sweating and soon opened his eyes. After thinking for a while, a smile appeared on his face. Good stuff. I thought I had been tempered by the Yin fire, and my chi and blood spirit power had already reached the Deshang stage. I didn't expect that there were still places that I didn't take care of. Good stuff. Almost directly opening his mouth was a compliment. Wang Yong was not stingy with his own grand disciple refining the medicinal pill. Wang Yong's words made Yang Qin surprised and happy. Originally, he thought that this medicinal pill had no effect on the masters of the Deshang stage, but he did not expect it to be able to help the master ancestor. This fully shows that in the early Deshang stage, the second-grade inner sensing pill can also be effective, which also means that the preciousness of the second-grade inner sensing pill has risen to another level. This is the pill recipe of the monster race. Others can also get it. Can they also refine it in the second grade? The first thing Wang Yong thought of was to ask Yang Qin if other alchemy masters could refine the second-grade inner sensing pill. To be honest, the first-grade inner sensing pill, even Su Qingxin couldn't help much. It could only let him have more reference and find out the problems of his previous cultivation. The second-grade inner sensing pill was the real medicinal pill. Wang Yong asked this because he wanted to know if this medicinal pill was an exclusive resource of Chunyang Palace. The refining of the second-grade inner sensing pill is definitely troublesome. Yang Chen had the most say on this matter. It requires the cooperation of multiple fire seeds, and it must also be controlled by several fifth-grade fire seeds at the same time. That is to say, it is not so easy for others to refine it. Wang Yong was also a fire cultivator, of course. He knew the difficulty of this. Several fifth-grade fire seeds were nothing for some big sects. But if they wanted to control several fifth-grade fire seeds at the same time, it was not an overnight effort. Even if there was a fire cultivator master alchemist who began to practice after knowing it, it was impossible to do it without decades or hundreds of years. Not everyone was like Yang Qin, who could have such an enchanting ability to control fire. Moreover, the general alchemist, who started the second grade refining, certainly did not know the key, which would take at least dozens of hundreds of years to study how to refine the inner sensing pill for the second grade refining. Coming and going meant that Chunyang Palace could enjoy the second grade inner sensing pill for at least 200 years. Chapter 652. Wang Yong was happy here, but Yang Qin still had things that made him upset. Very soon, Wang Yong realized this. Is there any trouble recently? As soon as he was promoted to the master of the Deshang stage, Wang Yong was extremely sensitive and immediately asked, "This disciple does have some troubles." Yang Chen did not hide it at all and directly replied, "Master, senior sister, and I have had a spiritual awareness double cultivation. Now fairy sure of the green jade Immortal Island and fairy son of the blue cloud sect. This disciple doesn't know how to treat them." What's so difficult about this? When Wang Yong heard it, he almost blurted out, "Cultivators do not have to be trapped by etiquette. If you have the heart, accept them all. If you don't, then refuse. Today, my Chunyang Palace is no longer the Chunyang Palace of the past, and you are not an insignificant disciple. Why bother with such things?" These words had already explained Wang Yong's current confidence and state. In the end, it still depended on Yang Chen's own thoughts. Even if he refused Shan Shan and Sun Qingxue, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect would not fall out with Chunyang Palace because of this matter. The current Chunyang Palace, as Wang Yong said, was no longer the Chunyang Palace of the past. The interests of the sect were no longer the shackles on Yang Qin, which made Yang Chen's choice more from his own heart. Wang Yong's words had completely expressed his attitude towards Yang Qin. As long as Yang Qin was willing, then he would fully support it. In the words, there was also a little bit of other content, intentionally or unintentionally. It was not necessary to be trapped by etiquette. It seemed to be reminding Yang Qin that he did not have to care about the master and disciple status. There were many cultivators and the master and disciple double cultivation did not start with Yang Qin and Gao Yu, nor would it end with them. Many times, cultivators would try their best to find a suitable Tao companion for double cultivation. In most cases, it was very normal to train one from scratch. Therefore, the master-disciple relationship would not be an obstacle between Yang Qin and Yu. If even Wang Yong didn't object, what reason and status did the others have to object? Don't worry about it. It was also the first time that Yang Qin had heard someone say this to him. He immediately felt as if the clouds had been dispelled and the sun had come out. However, he was still a little worried, and his question was also a little unconfident. Of course, Wang Yong chuckled. Today, who can stop you from doing what you want to do? A nascent soul stage master? Or a master of the Deshang stage? Unless these sects use all their strength, but just for a pair of master and disciple dual cultivation in my sect? Or did he have dual cultivation with the disciples of their sects? Or did they reject their disciples? Don't forget that Chunyang Palace has always been standing behind you. Although Yang Chen was still only a small Jidan stage master, a few Yuanying stage masters were not his opponents. Even if Yang Chen was willing, the masters of the Deshang stage would not necessarily be able to defeat Yang Chen. In this regard, whether it was Luo Yuan or the Second City Lord, they had already set an example. Do what you want to do. Don't worry about anyone, anything. Wang Yong's voice seemed to come from the clouds and filled into the ears of Yang Chen. Don't say that you just have a few tricks on the Taishaman. Even if you break into the Taishaman's mountain gate tomorrow, there must be a sect behind you. Even if the whole army is wiped out, it will not matter. After being promoted to the Deshang stage, Wang Yong seemed to have figured out a lot of things and seen through a lot of things. Now that he had spoken, his words were filled with lofty sentiments. Yes, the voice of the head of the palace did not know when it sounded here. Yang Chen was fascinated at first and did not find the arrival of the head of the palace. When he heard the voice of the head of the palace, Yang Chen raised his head and looked at the head of the palace with surprise. The head of the palace nodded slightly to Wang Yong, then turned to Yang Chen and said with a smile, "Everything you do is for the sake of the sect. There is no reason for the sect not to support you. Fairy Shur of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Fairy Sun of the Blue Cloud sect. If you like them, you can accept them together. If you don't like them, you can reject them all. Don't consider other things." Yang Chen was in the situation, and he had no experience in dealing with feelings in his previous lives. But the words of Wang Yong and the head of the palace at the moment made him feel heroic. A man, if he wanted to do it, why think so much? The advice that Wang Yong gave him was not only on the emotional side, but also on daily behavior. The previous small conspiracies against the Taishaman were basically hidden in the dark, so that the Taishaman could not catch the handle. Speaking of it, it was not as good as a knife and spear in the face. With Yang Chen's mind, he was only worried about the power contrast between the Chunyang Palace and the Taishaman, and he was afraid to implicate the Chunyang Palace. However, Wang Yong let him know that the sect absolutely supported him, and the head of the palace also had the same idea. Needless to say, the other elders must also have the same idea. Yang Chen came from the Chunyang Palace, which could not be erased. Therefore, as long as Yang Chen had an accident, it would definitely be related to the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen suddenly understood this, and the worries in his heart for a long time seemed to be thrown out of the clouds at once. His mood was relaxed, and the whole body was indescribably refreshed. Even the spiritual power seemed to be unfettered, and it swam freely in the body. The third fire, fourth fire, and first with spirit power that had already been condensed, the fifth earth true essence, seventh metal true essence, and 10th water true essence, the three most original spiritual powers, were surging and impacting. Yang Chen suddenly had a little enlightenment in his mind. It seemed that as long as he could get more 5th earth true essence, 7th metal true essence, or 10th water true essence, like the first would true essence, these three spiritual powers would be able to condense immediately. The 7th metal true essence left by Tai Bai jinxing must be seen. The 10th water true essence was also convenient. Just stay at the sea for a period of time, and the sea jasper cup would naturally be able to condense the 10th water true essence. At that time, there would be 2 more spiritual powers condensing. Maybe it would be able to drive all the spiritual powers to condense. Even Yang Chen did not expect that this consultation with Master Wang Yong would have such benefits. It was unexpected. When he silently controlled his spiritual power to calm down, he heard the master of the palace discussing the disposal of the 2nd grade inner sensing pill with Master Wang Yong. Since we can enjoy it alone, we can't let go of this kind of benefit. The master of the palace has already known the difficulty of refining the 2nd grade inner sensing pill from Master Wang Yong. If the master can crack it in 200 years, then we will take advantage of these 200 years to reap the greatest benefits. Even the 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill can be provided. This 2nd grade inner sensing pill can also be provided. The master of the palace seemed to have a draft in a flash. If you want it, it's easy. Bring something to exchange. Chapter 653. The 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills were provided to the Green Jade Immortal Island by Yang Chen and the master of the palace after discussion. In a batch of 1st grade questioning inner heart pills, 2 or 3 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills were mixed with them. The 1st grade questioning inner heart pills were already stunning. There was almost no need to ask how powerful the 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills would be. The Green Jade Immortal Island definitely regarded the 2 or 3 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills as a treasure. As for Shi Shanshan's problem, Yang Chen was also drilling into a dead end. In fact, just looking at these 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills, what Yang Chen wanted, the Green Jade Immortal Island would not object. The treatment of a senior alchemist master was far from what Yang Chen thought. Of course, this was also related to his hiding in his previous life. He only knew that a senior alchemist master was very popular, but to what extent he had not personally seen it. The sect set the strategy, and the next naturally began to implement it. However, this was not to let the disciples of Chunying Palace shout loudly everywhere, but inadvertently, when a few close friends were chatting, they accidentally leaked it out. In this way, not only could people be credible, but there would be no suspicion of hype. Soon, someone accidentally revealed that 3 months ago, Qiao Ming of the Chunying Palace's Fierce Yang Hall was at the door of Yang Chen's pill room to cross his tribulation and form his nascent soul. In the chat of another group of people, it was also revealed that Su Qingxin, the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of Chunying Palace, who had not long ago formed his nascent soul, waited outside Yang Chen's pill room for a whole month. After Yang Chen came out, he began to cross his tribulation in the hinterland of Chunying Palace. Both of them were related to Yang Chen, and the new Desheng stage Elder Wang Yong and Yang Chen had a relationship with the grand disciple of the master ancestor. It must be because of the ability of the questioning inner heart pill that he was able to smoothly reach the Desheng stage. As a result, many sects began to pay more attention to Yang Chen. It was too extravagant to use the questioning inner heart pill to let the masters of the peak Jedon stage form their nascent soul. Not to mention Chunying Palace, even the Green Jade Immortal Island and Taishimen were reluctant to do so. 10,000 years old elixir. It was not easy to get. Even if Yang Chen was blessed, it was impossible to have so many materials to refine the questioning inner heart pill. In that case, it could only be a new type of pill. Soon, people who had a good relationship with Chunying Palace came to ask for details. At this time, Chunying Palace seemed to realize that they could not keep the secret, so they told everyone that the reason why they could cross the tribulation and form their nascent soul was indeed because of a kind of elixir. As for the name of the medicinal pill, it was called the inner sensing pill. Since the name of the pill was known, there were immediately knowledgeable people who knew the origin of the pill. This was a type of pill of the demon race. Although the pill recipe was rare, it was not impossible to obtain. Of course, it was impossible to ask for the pill recipe from Chunying Palace on the spot, but since there was a direction, it would not be wrong to find trouble with the demon race. In particular, some big sects had the pill recipe of this kind of medicinal pill in their hands. After hearing the news, they immediately began to experiment. The medicinal materials of the inner sensing pill were not rare medicinal materials. Although they all needed to be hundreds of years old, it was not difficult for many sections. The inner sensing pill of the demon race seemed to be very simple. But even so, it took half a year for Yang Chen's first time to successfully refine the first-grade inner sensing pill. Several sects that had the ability to refine immediately began the refining. The alchemist closed the alchemy, and others were waiting hard. Yang Chen would not care about these things. When the news of Wang Yong crossing the tribulation and reaching the Deshang stage came out, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar, and various sects came to congratulate him. This was different from when the old tree demon Gui Shanyu joined the sect. After all, the old tree demon was still a demon, but Wang Yong was a native disciple of Chunying Palace, and he was also an elder. He was absolutely not ordinary. Moreover, after the questioning inner heart pill, it was not known how many people in Chunying Palace wanted to flatter them. Such a ready-made opportunity was not delivered to the door. As long as it was a sect and a rogue cultivator who had various kinds of friendship with Chunying Palace, they would use this excuse to congratulate them and get closer to Chunying Palace. Not for anything else, but for one day they might be able to exchange a questioning inner heart pill from Chunying Palace at a high price. Yang Chen stayed in Chunying Palace and did not go out. Wang Yong succeeded in crossing the tribulation. After his master Gao Yu heard about it, she would definitely come back. He was waiting quietly in the sect, and he would soon be able to see Gao Yu and his senior apprentice, sister Gong Sunling. In addition, sect master Lu of Blue Cloud sect said that he would visit Chunying Palace after 3 years. Now there was only half a year left, and Yang Chen had to wait here for the reception. However, Yang Chen was not without anything to do. The remuneration sent by the Green Jade Immortal Island had already been handed over to Yang Chen. After the Green Jade Immortal Island got the questioning inner heart pill sent by Yang Chen, they were pleasantly surprised to find that there were 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills. The first-grade questioning inner heart pill could already allow a master of the Deshang stage to directly break through the bottleneck of the middle stage. What could the second-grade questioning inner heart pill bring? This sudden surprise directly made the Lord of Tantai and the elders so surprised that they did not know how to express it. Based on Yang Chen's overfulfilled task, the conditions for the cooperation between the Green Jade Immortal Island and Chunying Palace have also changed. Originally, the Green Jade Immortal Island intended to give more benefits to Chunying Palace, but the master of the palace refused the kindness of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The agreed transaction could not be easily changed. This point won the favor of the Green Jade Immortal Island even more. Speaking of it, the master of the palace was also thanking the Lord of Tantai in disguise, because the last time the Lord of Tantai took the initiative to come forward and receive the Taishimin Ming Guangrua, otherwise Chunying Palace would have suffered an insult at that time. And later, Ming Guangrua's life source magic weapon was robbed, and the Lord of Tantai also shared a lot of suspicion. However, this made the Green Jade Immortal Island look at Chunying Palace in a different light. Based on Yang Chen's success of the questioning inner heart pill, and Chunying Palace did not accept the temporary change of conditions, so the benefits of these thanks all fell on Yang Chen. The Green Jade Immortal Island directly prepared the fire seeds and sent them to Chunying Palace. Among them were 60 kinds of 3rd-grade fire seeds, 15 kinds of 4th-grade fire seeds, and 2 kinds of item fire seeds. Compared with what was promised to Yang Chen at that time, it was a full 50% more, and there was also a precious 5th-grade fire seed. As soon as Yang Chen came back, he threw out the monster race's matter. The master of the palace forgot to hand over the things to Yang Chen on the spot, and Yang Chen immediately retreated for alchemy. Then it was Qiao Ming's tribulation. Then he retreated for alchemy, plus Su Qingxin and Wang Yang's tribulation. After being busy until this time, the master of the palace handed over the things to Yang Chen. In the face of so many fire seeds, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Green Jade Immortal Island was the Green Jade Immortal Island. In his previous life, Yang Chen, for a 5th grade fire seed of the true sunfire, he didn't know how much effort and how many hardships he had to go through to get it. Even Elder Wu Xiong, a master of the Deshang stage in this world, spent a few years to find the lunar true fire for Hylian Yun, but the Green Jade Immortal Island took out 2 of them. The heritage of the sect could be seen. Chapter 654. After getting these fire seeds, Yang Chen went directly back to his residence. Yang Chen's small courtyard was full of spiritual power, but there was no servant to take care of it. Gao Yu directly sent her maid to help him take care of it on weekdays. Yang Chen has been away for a long time. The small courtyard room was still clean and abnormal, and it was not ruined because of Yang Chen's absence. After greeting the maid, Yang Chen began to absorb these fire seeds one by one. The highest level of fire seed of the Yin-Yang Heaven-Burning Fire was now the 3rd grade, so Yang Chen also started from the 3rd grade fire seed. Even with Yang Chen's Yin-Yang Heaven-Burning Fire, it was not so easy to absorb the 3rd grade fire seed. Fortunately, the absorption process was completely automatic, and Yang Chen did not need to worry too much. What Yang Chen has to do now is to control the profound spirit furnace to absorb and store these fire seeds first. Although the Green Jade Immortal Island has preserved these fire seeds very well, Yang Chen does not feel that it can make him feel more at ease than putting them in the profound spirit furnace. The profound spirit furnace has absorbed several kinds of 5th grade fire seeds, and after merging with most of the cyan crystal, profound gold, there has been a qualitative change, similar to the nature of the Yin-Yang Heaven-Burning Fire. The more fire seeds it absorbs, the stronger the profound spirit furnace. The stronger the profound spirit furnace, the faster the speed of absorbing the fire seeds. Now absorbing the 3rd grade fire seeds was just as simple as absorbing the 1st grade fire seeds in the past. But even so, it took Yang Chen at least 4 or 5 days to absorb a 3rd grade fire seed. Yang Chen absorbed it for 2 months before he absorbed 15 of the 3rd grade fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. There was still a long time to absorb all of them. On this day, Yang Chen was controlling the absorption of one of the 3rd grade fire seeds. When it was about to be completed, his heart suddenly moved, and there was an inexplicable joy. This emotion came very suddenly, which made Yang Chen very surprised. However, the joyful mood did not let him stop the work in his hands. He still steadily controlled the profound spirit furnace. After absorbing the 3rd grade fire seed that was being absorbed into the profound spirit furnace, he stood up and pondered what this inexplicable mood was all about. An inexplicable joy that appeared out of nowhere. Could it be an inner demon? Yang Chen carefully went through it in his mind. In his memory, there was no danger of his cultivation going astray. Moreover, he only felt happy. Whether it was his spiritual power or divine sense, there was no change. It should not be a qi deviation. Soon, Yang Chen suddenly realized that this feeling was the strongest when facing a certain direction. Yang Chen couldn't help but move in his heart. The spiritual awareness of the peak early Deshang stage quickly expanded in that direction, and after a while it reached 100 miles away. Forcibly suppressing the excitement, Yang Chen urged his spiritual awareness to explore further in that direction. As a former great, principal golden immortal, Yang Chen also knew that the spiritual awareness was not omnipotent. Otherwise, Ming Guangrua would not find that his flying sword was wrong and could not detect any clues. However, after all, the spiritual awareness was several times faster than the flying sword. In a short time, the spiritual awareness had reached 1,000 miles away and was out of the scope of Meiqing Mountain. This was not the limit of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness exploration. It must be known that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was now in the form of a silk leaving other directions aside. When he concentrated on a certain direction, it could even be 50% larger than the usual exploration range. After a stick of incense, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness finally reached the limit. 2,000 miles. This was the farthest distance that Yang Chen could explore now. In this direction, he could detect that a person was approaching this side quickly. After waiting for a while, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness explored the existence of that person. Seeing the familiar figure, Yang Chen almost cried out happily. That was his master Gao Yu, and there was another familiar shadow beside her, but it was his senior sister, Gong Sunling. He didn't know why, but Yang Chen could feel the attraction of his master to himself, but he couldn't detect Gong Sunling. Gao Yu was obviously a little confused, but after entering the exploration range of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, Yang Chen directly sent out a thought to his master, using the beast-controlling secret art. Master. In Gao Yu's mind, Yang Chen's voice suddenly sounded, making her overjoyed. Finally, she reacted in time. This was not Yang Chen talking next to her, so she did not ask where Yang Chen was. I am in the sex residence. Yang Chen's joyful voice was by no means faked, and it appeared in Gao Yu's mind again. Then, after a pause, Yang Chen suddenly said, I miss you, master. This time, Gao Yu blushed directly. She couldn't communicate directly with Yang Chen, without the means of Yang Chen's beast-controlling secret art, and without the communication ability of the monster race's soul. Gao Yu could only listen to Yang Chen's words, but could not respond. However, listening to Yang Chen's words, although Gao Yu was a little shy, her heart was very happy. She also felt strange. As soon as she passed a certain place, she felt as if there was something in front of her attracting her, and suddenly there was an inexplicable joy. It was precisely because of this that Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would speed back to the mountain, and unexpectedly heard Yang Chen's voice on the way. Does this mean that she and Yang Chen have an indescribable connection? Could it be that this is caused by the dual cultivation method? Gao Yu was not sure, because Gong Sunling did not seem to have any reaction. Senior sister. Yang Chen did not favor one over the other. After saying a few words to his master, he also sent his own greetings to Gong Sunling. Yang Chen. Gong Sunling was not as calm as Gao Yu and called out directly. However, she immediately realized that she did not seem to see the shadow of Yang Chen. As soon as Gong Sunling spoke, Yang Chen heard it very clearly, and spiritual awareness could do this. This time, Yang Chen sent a sentence to his master and senior sister at the same time. Welcome back to the mountain. Listening to Gong Sunling's cry, Gao Yu also understood that this must be what Yang Chen and Gong Sunling also said. However, looking at Gong Sunling's surprised look, it did not seem that she had the same feeling as herself, and her heart was slightly relieved. She didn't know why she felt this way. Perhaps returning to the mountain to see Yang Chen could explain all this. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling accelerated again and adjusted the flight speed of the flying sword to the highest, while Yang Chen had already driven the shuttle to fly over here. The speed of the shuttle was faster, and the two sides accelerated. In less than an hour, Yang Chen and his master and senior sister met in the middle. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen directly put both women into the shuttle, adjusted the direction of returning to Chunyang Palace, and let the shuttle fly, but he turned to his master and senior sister. I have been waiting for you for a long time, master, senior sister. Facing the two women, Yang Chen blurted out directly. Chapter 655. It has been more than 9 years since the last time he left Chunyang Palace and went to the 10,000 Trees Forest. Even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling went out to gain experience after consolidating their realm. If they hadn't heard that their master had crossed his tribulation, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling might have stayed outside for a while. When they first saw Yang Chen, the two women couldn't believe that Yang Chen could find their whereabouts at such a long distance. Especially Gong Sunling. She couldn't imagine it at all. Was Yang Qin always releasing his spiritual awareness to explore? This was not a good phenomenon. Exploring others at any time would be regarded as a provocation, unless the other party was a friend or relative. Gong Sunling certainly wouldn't think that Yang Qin was provoking herself. But what about others? Only Gao Yu slightly guessed some reasons, but she didn't say it. Between the two of them, they didn't know why, but there was an incomprehensible connection. As long as they were within a certain distance, they could detect the existence of each other. That inexplicable joy was produced because the two sides were close to each other. However, at this time, neither Yang Qin nor Gao Yu said anything in detail, but silently enjoyed the silent joy in their hearts. In fact, meeting again was a kind of happiness in itself. The two women heard that Wang Yong had crossed his tribulation and returned, and naturally they were more concerned about this aspect. Yang Qin would never hide this kind of thing from the two women, but after hearing that before Wang Yong crossed his tribulation, Qiao Ming and Su Qingxin each took a second-grade inner sensing pill, which led to the tribulation and formed their nascent soul, the two women still couldn't suppress the exclamation. In just a few years, Yang Chen had made a kind of medicinal pill that allowed the Jian stage masters to ascend to the Yuanying stage. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation. Although the news was only circulating among a small number of people, the two women firmly believed that Yang Qin would definitely become a figure in the eye of the storm because of this new medicinal pill. In this regard, Yang Qin didn't care at all. What he cared about was the safe return of his master and his senior sister. After receiving pointers from Grandmaster Wang Yong, Yang Qin had many things to say to his master. The first thing they did when they returned to the sect was to visit Elder Wang Yong. This was the purpose of their return. As Wang Yong's disciple, Gao Yu easily saw Wang Yong, and of course, Gong Sunling was also by her side. After paying their respects to Wang Yong also gave Gao Yu and Gong Sunling a few words of encouragement before the two women returned. Gong Sunling was going to visit her master, and Yang Qin accompanied Gao Yu back to Gao Yu's small courtyard. Although there were thousands of words in her heart to ask Yang Qin, when things came to the point, Gao Yu found that when she was alone with Yang Qin, she couldn't say anything. Finally, there was only one sentence left. "How are you recently?" Yang Qin did not neglect, and directly according to Wang Yong's words, he talked about his experience after leaving Chunyang Palace. Of course, some things involving the secrets of the sect, Yang Qin was still cautious and did not say it, but the process was already quite thrilling, especially when he killed the second city lord to refine a flying puppet for Gao Yu, which made Gao Yu stunned. The body of a master of the Deshang stage, to refine a flying puppet for me? Gao Yu didn't know whether to be surprised or happy. Yang Qin had this heart. She was very happy, but for this he had to take the risk of challenging a master of the Deshang stage, which was by no means what Gao Yu was willing to see. I didn't provoke him, he chased after me, and this disciple could only kill him. Yang Qin explained. This disciple gave him 3 chances. He wanted to continue to chase me. If I don't kill him, this disciple will not be able to calm down. On this issue, Gao Yu did not say anything after all. First, Yang Qin did it for her. Second, Yang Chen came back alive and brought back the body of the second city, lord of the Deshang stage. Finally, he just left a sentence. Don't take such risks in the future. Of course, Yang Qin nodded and agreed, and then continued to report to his master about Mu Bo hearing that she had become a master ancestor. Gao Yu also had a strange mood. In the same way, she never doubted Yang Qin's vision. She was more assured about Yang Qin's means of guiding his disciples, but like Wang Yong, she was curious to see what this grand disciple looked like. The trouble of asking Wang Yong for advice, of course, Yang Qin would not mention it to Gao Yu. After thinking about some things, Yang Qin understood that as a man, if he wanted his own happiness, he had to fight for it himself. The same was true for Gao Yu's feelings. He couldn't wait for Gao Yu to arrange it, nor could he wait for Gao Yu to find out and ask questions. The best way to deal with it was to take the initiative. Master, although it is somewhat disrespectful, this disciple has figured it out. There are some words that this disciple must say. Seeing that Gao Yu's mood was still calm, Yang Qin quietly arranged a sound-blocking formation outside, and then said to Gao Yu. Looking at Yang Chen's serious words, Gao Yu seemed to realize something. Her head bowed slightly. She bit her teeth and asked softly, "What words?" "I like you, Master." Yang Qin did not hesitate this time. He spoke straightforwardly and said what he had been holding in his heart for a long time. In his previous life, he never said this sentence. In this life, he finally stood in front of his master and said this sentence aloud. Even if she had guessed that Yang Chen might say this, but when she really heard the words that Yang Chen said, Gao Yu was still in a trance. Her heart was already about to explode with joy, but there was still a voice in her mind that kept asking, "He is your disciple. What should I do? What should I do? I know that this may be contrary to morality, but I understand that without you by my side, even if I become a great principal golden immortal and become the Jade Emperor, it will be the biggest regret in my life." Since he said those words, Yang Chen did not care to show his true feelings to his master. "I don't want my life to have this regret. Master, I like you." But, Gao Yu listened to Yang Chen's words, and tears appeared in her eyes. She didn't know if she was happy or anxious. She even said 2 words, but the words that followed could not be said. "I like you. I want to marry you as my wife." Yang Chen continued to say loudly, "I want you to be my wife." In the words, he originally claimed to be a disciple, but now Yang Chen also changed to me. "Your master ancestor will not agree." Gao Yu directly carried Wang Yong out. Her face was red, and her head almost lowered to her chest. "The master of the palace will not agree. Even if the entire heavenly court is against it, I will marry you as my wife." Yang Chen's voice had never been so firm. Master ancestor and the master of the palace, they did not object. Chapter 656. Gao Yu didn't know if she heard what Yang Chen said later, and she didn't even know if Yang Chen spoke again. She just heard that Yang Chen firmly said that he wanted to marry her, and then the head of the palace and Wang Yong did not object. She fell into a sluggish state. There was not much time to get along with Yang Chen, corresponding to the nearly 100 years since Yang Chen's apprenticeship. The real time with Gao Yu was only about 10 years. Even if Yang Chen and Gao Yu Gong Sunling retreated together for 30 or 50 years, they only cultivated separately, and there was little time to chat and communicate. At most, it was Yang Chen who was cultivating, and Gao Yu Gong Sunling was on the side to protect him, or change over. However, in this way, between Yang Chen and Gao Yu, there was still a kind of affection that was slowly growing and growing. This was a kind of feeling that had been separated from the relationship of master and apprentice, but the two did not find it at first. Yang Chen always thought that he was just grateful for the care of his master in his previous life, and for his gratitude that he would not hesitate to burn indiscriminately. But he did not expect that his previous life had been bitterly missed, and that kind of gratitude had already been replaced by another kind of feeling. Fortunately, Yang Chen figured it out in time at this time, and said it without affectation. As soon as the words came out, Yang Chen felt that the stone in his heart was really put down. Gao Yu was already happy and about to explode. How could she not know what Yang Chen did for her? He beheaded Chu Heng and saved her life in the 100,000 mountains. Because the other party hurt her, he did not hesitate to uproot the 100,000 mountains, one by one, which contained Yang Chen's heart for herself. Gao Yu was just hindered by the relationship between master and apprentice, and had never dared to make things clear. Later, she found that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were interested in winning her over, but she moved her own idea of quitting. Now Yang Chen said in front of her that he wanted to marry her. Gao Yu was happy to the limit. Her mind was blank, and she didn't even know how to answer. It was not until Gao Yu realized that her hand had been grabbed by Yang Chen that she woke up. For the first time, Yang Qin took the initiative to reach out and hold Gao Yu's little hand. Because of the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, his hand was more than twice as big as Gao Yu's, and his figure was huge. As if a big bully was pulling a woman, it was very funny. As soon as the two of them held hands, they suddenly felt connected. The joy in their hearts seemed to be connected. Without saying anything, they naturally knew what the other was thinking. Not knowing when, Gao Yu has slowly leaned into the arms of Yang Qin. This was the first time that the two of them had such intimate contact outside of the spiritual awareness double cultivation. The wonderful taste was like drinking jade nectar, involuntarily intoxicated. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them was willing to speak. Gao Yu and Yang Qin just hugged each other and stood there quietly, enjoying this silent, tacit understanding and joy. Gao Yu's heart had already flown into the air. She never thought that when she leaned in the arms of Yang Qin, it would feel so good. At this moment, she didn't want to have any master and disciple status. She was not Yang Chen's master, and Yang Chen was not her own disciple. He was just her lover. Even the best dream had a time to wake up. When Gao Yu woke up from intoxication, it was already 2 hours later. The two stood in each other's arms and stood for 2 hours. What about Fairy Shi and Fairy Sun? What about your senior sister? Waking up from the dream, the first thing Gao Yu thought of was the women who had a relationship with Yang Qin. Needless to say, Shi Shanshan and Yang Qin were already nominally dual cultivation Tao companions, and almost everyone knew it. Although Sun Qingxue did not have this reputation yet, the Blue Cloud sect had already made plans for it. Moreover, Sun Qingxue and Yang Qin did have some unclear involvement. Gong Sunling, needless to say, had already had a spiritual awareness dual cultivation with Yang Qin and helped Yang Qin solve a big problem. The little girl had long been secretly in love with Yang Qin. Even if Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue did not care, Gao Yu also had to speak for Gong Sunling. Yang Qin also fell into silence. He and these women were indeed somewhat entangled, and even he himself could not make a decision. Although Shi Shanshan was very unhappy with him at the beginning, the kind of silent, tacit understanding of fighting later was something that no one had ever had. The cold and unparalleled Fairy Shi would always show a smile in front of Yang Qin. Yang Qin even wanted to leave a share of the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid for Shi Shanshan, but he already had some concerns unconsciously. Sun Qingxue and Yang Qin met almost as early as Shi Shanshan. According to the clues in her memory, Yang Chen helped Sun Qingxue several times in a row. Coupled with the later experience together, it made Sun Qingxue unswervingly loyal to Yang Qin. Yang Qin also liked this murderous little girl in front of him, but she was cute and lovely. Yang Qin did not have to think about Gong Sunling anymore. There was already the fact of spiritual awareness dual cultivation, and Yang Qin would never let her down. What Yang Qin was most worried about before was Gao Yu's thoughts. Now that there were no obstacles between himself and Gao Yu, Yang Qin was relieved of his biggest heart. Gao Yu asked about other people, and Yang Qin had to consider it. I don't want to hide it from Master. As long as it is a man, he will fantasize about accepting the 2 fairies and senior sister. Now that his relationship with his master has been made clear, Yang Qin doesn't care about this. I am also a man and I have such thoughts. But if master doesn't like it, then don't mention it. In this world, it was common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yang Qin certainly fantasized about such a beautiful thing. No matter how many reasons there were, Yang Qin was not willing to make his master unhappy because of this. Here, Yang Qin still played a trick and threw the problem to his master. There was still a trace of fantasy in his heart. Whether it was the cold plum fairy or the dancing snow fairy, they were all famous figures in the world in the future. Because of this, it was something that Yang Qin did not want to see. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, although they may not do anything to Chunying Palace because of this, but their own genius disciple was rejected, there would always be some dissatisfaction. He had just expressed his feelings to his master, but he immediately confessed to his master that he had such fantasies. Yang Chen was also the first. It had to be said that even if Yang Chen wanted to understand more in terms of feelings, he was still a rookie among rookies. Although Gao Yu put down her worries and was happy in her heart when she heard Yang Chen's words, she still had an idea to kick Yang Chen out. But when she thought about it, Yang Chen did not even hide this thought from her. It was better than those guys who did one thing to her face and another behind her back. Even Gao Yu herself probably didn't understand why when it came to Yang Chen. She would think about everything well. Chapter 657. Gao Yu would not immediately give Yang Chen a reply, although she has accepted that she may be with Yang Chen in the future. Many things need to be sorted out again. Of course, Yang Chen would not force Gao Yu, but said that Sect Master Lu of Blue Cloud Sect would visit Chunying Palace in a few months. The contents of the transaction should be kept confidential. But for Gao Yu, Yang Chen did not hide anything. Hearing that Yang Chen still had a pile of fire seeds in his hands to absorb, Gao Yu also pressed down her thoughts and told Yang Chen to complete the matter as soon as possible. It was related to Yang Chen's cultivation base. If he absorbed one more fire seed, Yang Chen would be more powerful. Gao Yu would certainly pay attention to it. When the two met, there was not too much warmth, just a very simple hug. The two were connected, as if they had been together for 100 years. In fact, the two had known each other for 100 years. Yang Chen said what he wanted to say and got the results he wanted. Although the affairs of the other women have not been finalized for the time being, Yang Chen did not care at all. As long as his master agreed, then everything would be fine. Gao Yu was busy with something and did not say to Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not worry about it. Anyway, as long as it was in the sect, whatever Gao Yu wanted to do. Yang Chen himself began to be busy with the absorption of the fire seeds again. Only 15 of the 60 kinds of third-grade fire seeds were absorbed, and there were 45 of them. Each of them took 4 or 5 days, and it would take half a year to absorb all of them. The days seemed to be calculated. When Yang Chen absorbed all 60 kinds of third-grade fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace, it happened to be the time when the Blue Cloud Sect Master Lu agreed to visit. Sect Master Lu's visit this time was almost exactly the same as the last time the Green Jade Immortal Island came. Sect Master Lu himself, Elder Hua Wanting, plus Elder Shiyanha, plus Sun Qingxue, were also the sect master with 2 elders and disciples related to Yang Chen. This time, the sect master of Blue Cloud Sect did not hide the fact that he was coming. Anyway, the last time the Lord of Tantai came to discuss the marriage between Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan. This time, Sect Master Lu also came for the same reason. In the eyes of outsiders, their first reaction was that Blue Cloud Sect was trying to rope in Yang Chen. Over the past 6 months, the rumors about the inner sensing pill refined by Yang Chen had caused Xiaoming and Su Qingxin to cross their tribulation and form their nascent soul had been widely spread. Coupled with the questioning inner heart pill, such a senior alchemist was something that almost all sect wanted to have. Even if they couldn't own it, many sect members were willing to build a good relationship with Chunying Palace and Yang Chen. In addition to the 2 major sects of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud Sect, which had already used the method of marriage with their own female disciples, other first-class sect, including Taishimin and 5 Element Sect, were also trying to get close to Chunying Palace. In recent months, countless sect members came to Meiqing Mountain under the guise of congratulating Elder Wang Yong, trying to establish various cooperative relationships with Chunying Palace. The head of the palace and several elders, plus all the people in the Foreign Affairs Hall. Everyone was busy, and they were working hard to receive these cultivators. Yang Chen had already told Gao Yu about Sect Master Lu's intentions. Gao Yu was non-committal at the time, but when Sect Master Lu really came to Meiqing Mountain, Gao Yu still appeared in front of Yang Chen. If you want to accept Fairy Shi and Fairy Sun, you must accept Ling Er first. "Gao, you seem to have been hiding from Yang Qin." The first sentence she said when she saw Yang Qin was the sentence. Listening to his master's words, Yang Qin couldn't believe his ears. He thought that his master would not agree, so Yang Qin has not thought much about other things. He just thought about how to give some compensation to the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, so that Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan would not be sad. He did not expect his master to mean this. After Gao Yu finished, she did not give Yang Qin too many opportunities and left directly. Yang Chen was still stunned in the same place until Elder Su Qingxin personally came to find him to meet Sect Master Lu. Su Qingxin has become one of the elders since crossing his tribulation and forming his nascent soul. Now, he still holds the position of the Foreign Affairs Hall Master. This time, when Sect Master Lu came to visit, he was one of the reception elders, but he personally came to call Yang Qin, which gave Yang Qin enough face. The details of the cooperation between the two sides have been communicated through Yang Qin once, and reaching an agreement was not a problem at all. Regarding the cooperation of the questioning inner heart pill, the head of the palace and several elders made a decision on the spot. The conditions were exactly the same as those of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and even the remuneration given to Yang Qin was exactly the same. In the past 3 years, the Blue Cloud sect was collecting the elixirs needed to refine the questioning inner heart pill. It couldn't be helped that the big sect was a big sect. In just 3 years, they didn't know where they got the medicinal materials needed for the 2 furnaces of questioning inner heart pill. They directly brought it over and handed it over to the head of the palace. This cooperation was already a done deal, and there would be no more problems. However, Sect Master Lu still wanted to talk to Yang Qin personally. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, because they were both female-dominated sects, so their relationship was relatively close. This point could be seen from the fact that Shi Shanshan brought Sun Qingxue back, and Sun Qingxue eventually became a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. The relationship between the two sects was not generally good. With this relationship among the questioning inner heart pills that Yang Qin gave to the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were several second-grade questioning inner heart pills. Naturally, it was not hidden from Sect Master Lu. The main purpose of Sect Master Lu's meeting with Yang Qin was also this. She hoped that when Yang Qin refined the medicinal pills for the Blue Cloud sect, he would not favor one and discriminate against the other, but also treat them equally. Of course, the words couldn't be said so straightforwardly as long as the meaning was there. In addition to this point, Sect Master Lu had no other expression, but indicated that Yang Qin could take Sun Qingxue to walk around the Chunying Palace. Young people should talk more and communicate with each other. Yang Qin was somewhat inexplicable, calling him over for such a circle. Just for this matter, it was really a bit of a fuss. But for the sake of Sun Qingxue, Yang Qin certainly wouldn't say anything. After retreating to the elders, he left the hall with Sun Qingxue and returned to his residence. Sun Qingxue didn't say much along the way. When she arrived at Yang Qin's place, she signaled Yang Qin to arrange a soundproof restriction, and then said, "Big Brother Yang, the sect master has prepared the reward for you in advance. You can put it away first." As she spoke, Sun Qingxue took out a lot of talismans wrapped in oil lamps, all of which were fire seeds. Interestingly, the number was the same as that of the Green Jade Immortal Island, but the type was different. All of them were increased by 50% on the original basis. It seemed that Yang Qin could refine the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. Also, this is the special order of the sect master, saying that it must be given to you. Finally, Sun Qingxue took out a jade box and sent it to Yang Qin's hand. Chapter 658. The jade box that Sun Qingxue took out, the jade quality was very good, white and flawless, warm and delicate. There was nothing on it. It was flat and slippery, but the box was closed so tightly that the naked eye couldn't even see the gap on the box. In the usual position of the box lock, there was a circular rune pattern, and only in this place there were some variegated colors. When she gave it to Yang Qin, Sun Qingxue still had some doubts. The sect master said that it is very important, especially to thank you, and it is best that you don't let others know. Yang Chen suddenly understood that this was another reward from the Blue Cloud sect, the reward for discovering the 8th metal true secret art. Blue Cloud sect was such a big sect, it was not easy to owe others a favor and not return it. It was estimated that this thing was the reason for the delay of these 3 years. What is it? Yang Qin asked casually. Since it was a reward for himself, Yang Chen certainly accepted it with a peace of mind. For this matter, Yang Chen also made a heart oath. Of course, he couldn't do nothing. The Blue Cloud sect was also considered to be on the right track. I don't know. Sun Qingxue shook her head and said, the sect master didn't say it, and master didn't say it. For her master and the sect master to be so secretive, Sun Qingxue felt a little wronged. Could it be that even she couldn't know? It was reasonable to give her a reward. The 8th metal true secret art was not an ordinary cultivation method. Under the same circumstances, the power was at least double that of ordinary cultivation methods. This kind of powerful cultivation method, if matched with enough 8th metal true essence, could definitely bring more masters to the Blue Cloud sect. It could even be said that, to a certain extent, this 8th metal true secret art was not even worse than the questioning inner heart pill. However, the jade box was so tightly sealed that even Sun Qingxue didn't know what it was. This was indeed a bit strange. Don't let others see it. Presumably not let the people of Chunying Palace or the Green Jade Immortal Island see it. But there should be no restrictions for Sun Qingxue. At the moment, Yang Chen touched the position of the rune on the lock. The rune was immediately activated by his spiritual power. Yang Qin never doubted whether the Blue Cloud sect would harm him with the things inside. First, there was still Sun Qingxue here. Second, in the case that he had not yet given the questioning inner heart pill to the Blue Cloud sect, but he had already received the reward of the fire seed, the Blue Cloud sect would never want him to have an accident. Kacha! The inscription lit up, and the jade box was easily opened. Immediately after, the inscription directly shattered, turning into a pile of fragmented patterns. It was obvious that the box had been opened before. This rune was not an anti-theft rune to prevent others from opening it, but to make Yang Qin believe that the things inside had not been replaced, and that they would shatter as soon as they were opened. It had the function of sealing wax. When the jade box was opened, there was another small jade box inside. However, both the inner and outer walls of the original jade box were densely engraved with formations, and a surge of heat was vaguely emitted from the jade box. Even after passing through 2 layers of formations, it still made people feel hot. There was a familiar feeling in the burning feeling. Yang Chen did not need to open the jade box to already know what was inside. It was also a fire seed, but this time it was a 6th grade fire seed. The Purple Heart Profound Fire, a 6th grade fire, a super flame higher than the true sunfire, was in the jade box in the hands of Yang Chen. The 5th grade true sunfire had already allowed Yang Chen to step into the realm of great principal golden immortal in his previous life. The power of the 6th grade Purple Heart Profound Fire, presumably there was nothing more to say. In particular, the Purple Heart Profound Fire was the upgraded fire seed of another 4th grade flame, the Purple Heart Fire. The Purple Heart Fire, a 4th grade fire, happened to be the fire seed that Yang Chen's Master Gao you currently possessed. The Blue Cloud sect must have also calculated Yang Chen's attitude towards his master. Not only was this reward given to Yang Chen, but it could also be said to help Gao Yu. Everyone seemed to understand that if they annoyed Yang Chen, they should not annoy Gao Yu, and conversely, pleasing Gao Yu was also pleasing Yang Chen. On this point, the Blue Cloud sect simply grasped it accurately. Everything depended on Yang Chen. Yang Chen was willing to give the Purple Heart Profound Fire to his master. Naturally, Gao Yu and Yang Chen would be happy. Yang Chen was not willing. Anyway, he also needed a lot of fire seeds, and the Purple Heart, Profound Fire, could also meet Yang Chen's requirements. In any case, the Blue Cloud sect could be considered to have met Yang Chen's needs. Regarding this gift, Yang Chen was simply surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, the gift that the Blue Cloud sect sent out was so thoughtful, and it was so to his liking. Among the questioning inner heart pills given to the Blue Cloud sect, there would be 1 or 2 more second-grade questioning inner heart pills. Sun Qingxue was of the wood attribute. She naturally did not like the flame very much. After knowing that it was a 6th-grade fire seed, she lost interest. Anyway, her task had been completed. She simply pulled Yang Chen and let Yang Chen take her to play. Meiqing Mountain was no longer the same as before. The mountain gate had been rebuilt and was very different from before. After Yang Chen took Sun Qingxue around, he did not dare to waste more time. After all, Sect Master Lu and the head of the palace were waiting. The two soon returned to the main hall. They didn't know what Sect Master Lu and the head of the palace discussed. It seemed that both sides were hesitating and there was no final conclusion. Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue came back at the right time, and the two sides also took the opportunity to suspend the discussion to avoid embarrassment. That night, Sect Master Lu and his party were arranged to stay in the VIP house, and Yang Chen was called to the hall of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals cave to discuss matters. Blue Cloud Sect has already given you the reward for alchemy. The head of the palace asked. Yang Chen nodded and admitted this. However, for the Purple Heart Profound Fire, Yang Chen did not mention it for the time being, and it was not appropriate to mention it at this time. In particular, he had made a heart oath. Once the head of the palace and the other elders smelled it, Yang Chen would really not be able to answer. Then you can refine 2 furnaces of questioning inner heart pills for them. The head of the palace was aware of this matter. He told Yang Chen, and then said the part that the two sides did not discuss today. Sect Master Lu is interested in the inner sensing pill and wants to exchange it for my sect. I have not agreed for the time being. Accompanying the head of the palace to receive the guests of the Blue Cloud sect were only Wang Yong and the old tree demon Gui Shanyu, who were also in the Deshang stage. Even Su Qingxin was an errand boy. The other elders did not know what to discuss specifically. When they heard the introduction of the head of the palace, they suddenly understood. They didn't know what kind of conditions the Blue Cloud sect offered, but the head of the palace did not agree, which made Yang Chen and others feel strange. What was even more strange was that with the strength of the Blue Cloud sect, they did not get the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill from the hands of the monster race, which really made people sigh. Yang Chen, you give me an accurate estimate. The head of the palace hesitated for a while and asked Yang Chen, if we give the Blue Cloud sect the pill recipe, how long can they refine the 2nd-grade inner sensing pill? Chapter 659. Although Yang Chen had already promised this to the head of the palace in front of Elder Wang Yong, at this moment, in front of all the elders, Yang Chen still replied respectfully, according to the estimation of this disciple, it will take 200 years, and it will take hundreds of thousands of years. It is impossible to do it in a shorter time. It was not that Yang Chen was arrogant. It was that his great principal Golden Immortal's fire control technique was not what the mortal fire control masters could imagine. Several kinds of 5th-grade fire seeds were controlled at the same time. Even if it was a fire control genius, it would take at least 100 years to achieve it. If the refining of the suitable pill furnace and the exploration of the 2nd-grade refining method were counted, this time was definitely tight. Even if a 6th-grade alchemist master came, he would not necessarily be able to solve this problem in a short period of 200 years. Even Yang Chen, after reading the Grand Lord Pill scripture, plus the Yundan scripture, left by a certain immortal as a reference, he was able to achieve this in just half a year. Otherwise, in this life, Yang Chen would not be able to achieve the 2nd-grade refining of the inner sensing pill. The power of the Grand Lord, Yang Chen was more and more aware of the seemingly inconspicuous small pill refining in the mortal world. With the guarantee of Yang Chen's face, the head of the palace became more and more confident. The elders also understood the focus of the Chunying Palace and the Blue Cloud sect. They had originally discussed to exchange the second-grade inner sensing pill for the greatest benefits. Now it was natural to push the benefits that the inner sensing pill could get to the limit. In this disciple's opinion, since the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect have a close relationship with my sect, this pill recipe of the inner sensing pill, my sect will simply send it as a gift. Yang Chen saw that everyone was hesitating for the time being and took the initiative to say. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yang Chen. They didn't seem to understand how Yang Chen would do such a loss-making business. However, Zhu Qintao quickly reacted. His eyes lit up and he immediately smiled and praised. Good idea! Since this first-grade inner sensing pill doesn't have much effect, then I will simply be generous so that the importance of the second-grade inner sensing pill will be more and more reflected. I don't have to worry about not being able to open a price in the future. Zhu Qintao's words made everyone nod repeatedly. Since other sect also had the opportunity to get the pill recipe of the first-grade inner sensing pill, they simply did a favor and gave it to the other party for free. When the other party discovered that the first-grade inner sensing pill was not as powerful as the speculation, it was just the time to raise the price of the second-grade inner sensing pill. Okay, let's do this. The palace master also nodded slightly and praised Yang Chen's idea. At first, he just wanted to get the greatest benefits, but he didn't want the other party to know the power of the second-grade inner sensing pill. If he really opened his mouth, it would hurt the sincerity of the cooperation between the two sides. Everyone understood what Yang Chen meant with just one point. It was not necessarily a loss to give it to the other party for free. Blue Cloud sect would owe Chunyang Palace a favor. When the real second-grade inner sensing pill came out, the price would still be what it was. At the same time, they would not lose money, and they would also get a favor from the Blue Cloud sect. This was a profitable business. Yang Chen, when sect master Lu came, he also mentioned the marriage between the dancing snow fairy and you. After determining the pill recipe strategy of the inner sensing pill, the palace master directly changed the topic and asked Yang Chen, Your master does not object. How do you think about it? His master did not object. Yang Chen was not surprised. Not long ago, his master had already told Yang Chen that whether Yang Chen wanted the dancing snow fairy or the cold plum fairy, he must first consider his senior sister, Gong Sunling. However, it was also because of Gao Yu's reminder that Yang Chen realized another thing. Did he really want to become a double cultivation companion with Sun, Qingshuesh, or Shanshan? This question, Yang Chen himself has no answer to it. Both of them were peerlessly beautiful, and both of them were geniuses with superb cultivation aptitudes. They came from prestigious sects and possessed superb cultivations. No matter how one looked at it, accepting both of them was a good thing that was extremely enviable. But Yang Chen asked himself that he could not pass his own test. His own heart has not yet given an answer to this question. That being the case, Yang Chen was not in a hurry to give an answer immediately. This disciple still wants to think about it again. Yang Chen replied truthfully, not caring that his answer caused the surprise of the elders. This kind of good thing still needs to be considered. Elder Zheng Feng fully showed his nature of being in charge of the warehouse. Of course, good things should be in the bag first. If you drag it on, wouldn't it benefit others in the end? This disciple is still not sure if I want it. Yang Chen smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. If one day the disciple really wants it, the disciple will personally go to them to ask for their hand in marriage, instead of the elders of both sides like this. Why? You still don't want to set such a good thing for you. Elder Meng Xian's eyes glared, not angry. Do you think I will harm you? Of course, this disciple won't think so. Yang Chen replied with a smile. He knew that no matter how angry the elders were with him, it was not that they had any views on him. It was just that everyone's ideas were different. After a pause, Yang Chen found a suitable excuse and then said, "This disciple just doesn't have an answer yet. When I figure it out, this disciple will naturally confirm this matter with the two fairies face to face. Aren't you afraid that when the time comes to shave your head?" Gao Shiyan was the master ancestor of Gong Sunling. He was very concerned about Gong Sunling's affairs. The fairy Yangqin actually temporarily refused the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy. He was the happiest one. He couldn't help but tease. "If you don't succeed now, when the time comes, the flower has already been taken. What will you do?" "That's not my fate. This disciple will not force it." Yang Chen replied very calmly. "What if the two fairies don't agree, then what?" Gao Shiyan still asked in the same tone. "Whether it is the Green Jade Immortal Island or the Blue Cloud sect, they have never been so embarrassed. If you are willing, if the two major sect disagrees, what will you do?" "If the two fairies are unwilling, this disciple will not force it." Although Yang Chen still had a smile, his tone revealed a strong self-confidence. "But if it is for other reasons, please forgive this disciple. Even if the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect obstruct, the result will be the same. If this disciple wants to do it, he will definitely be able to do it. No one can stop him." When Yang Chen's words came out, the elders were silent for a while. Originally, Gao Shiyan still had a heart to refute. But suddenly he thought about Yang Chen's achievements in recent years. Whether it was the Taishaman or the monster race's second city lord, the 100,000 mountains, the questioning inner heart pill, the heaven-seizing pill, the inner sensing pill, plus the pursuit of Luo Yuan in the late Deshang stage, he couldn't find an example that could refute Yang Chen. Chapter 660. The cooperation between Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect was finally completed smoothly. Blue Cloud sect not only got the promise of refining the questioning inner heart pill, but also got the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill for free. Although the pill recipe of the monster race was not so rare, the Blue Cloud sect's luck was not good. The disciples of the sect killed thousands of monster race, and they did not get the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill. Since Chunyang Palace was very generous in giving the pill recipe of the inner sensing pill, then the matter of Sun Qingxue had not been given a positive answer by the head of the palace, and sect master Lu could not pursue it too much. After all, Chunyang Palace did not refuse, but let the two young people get along and decide for themselves. This reason could also be taken out. Everyone could see the importance of Yang Chen to Chunyang Palace. It was simply understandable to respect Yang Chen's own opinion on this kind of thing. Of course, Chunyang Palace also treated the Green Jade Immortal Island equally in the matter of Yang Chen, which was the biggest reason for the Blue Cloud sect to finally accept it. For now, Blue Cloud sect could only tell Sun Qingxue to let her get along with Yang Chen as much as possible, to gain more experience together, to strive to make Yang Chen tempted, and to be ahead of Shi Shanshan. Not to mention how the Blue Cloud sect people were looking forward to the beauty of the refining of the questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen was now together with his master and senior sister. In the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave, they found a suitable room and cultivated together. In addition to the fire seed reward given by Blue Cloud sect in advance this time, Yang Chen already had 60 kinds of 3rd grade fire seeds, 30 kinds of 4th grade fire seeds, plus 4 kinds of 5th grade fire seeds, and there was also the Purple Heart Profound Fire, a 6th grade fire seed. Yang Chen was not willing to keep it outside. At least these fire seeds should be absorbed by the profound spirit furnace first. After Gong Sunling came back, she thought that she was busy with something and did not dare to see Yang Chen, but she was still dragged to Yang Chen by Gao Yu. Yang Chen was also not pretentious. It was very straightforward to his master and senior sister to express his desire to have a spiritual awareness double cultivation. Although the two women were very shy when they heard Yang Chen's request, neither of them objected and obediently followed Yang Chen into the cave residence. It may be that they knew Yang Chen's attitude towards the marriage between the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. The two women were very docile to Yang Chen, making Yang Chen have a feeling that he was like the head of the family, and the two women were Yang Chen's most beloved wives. There were only a few hundred Chunying Palace disciples who were eligible to enter the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals cave to practice. All of them were loyal disciples who had been assessed by Hall Master Meng Xian and several elders. These were the core of the Chunying Palace in the future, and of course they had to be cultivated. In the huge sect palace, Yang Chen and the other two only occupied a small corner. Even if someone noticed, no one would come to disturb them. Of course, Yang Chen pulling the two goddesses for double cultivation was false, and taking the opportunity to communicate more was true. Moreover, the purple heart, profound fire, must be absorbed by his master, and it was just right to give it to her in this secret place. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not know when they had formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Yang Chen was well aware of this, so he did not hide anything from Gong Sunling. He took out the jade box that stored the purple heart, profound fire, in front of Gong Sunling. There was no sign on the jade box, and they couldn't see what it was from the outside. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were a little puzzled. "What is this?" Gao Yu turned to look at Yang Chen and asked strangely, "This is a gift for you, master." Yang Chen replied with a smile. After answering his master, he turned to his senior sister and said apologetically, "I didn't encounter anything suitable for my senior sister this time. Next time I have a chance, I will find a suitable one for my senior sister." He would not explain the origin of the purple heart, profound fire, only saying that he accidentally encountered it when he went out. The two women were very calm. Yang Chen occasionally encountered something good when he went out to practice, and he would never forget them, not to mention anything else. Just the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. Now the two women have already drunk the amount that made many people beat their chests and stomp their feet. Opening the jade box, Gao Yu immediately felt the amazing heat of the purple heart, profound fire through the 2-layered formation, and the purple heart fire in her body was attracted by the things in the box and was ready to move. All of a sudden, Gao Yu was shocked. This is... At first, Gao Yu was not sure, but the feeling of becoming more and more familiar and attractive made her quickly confirm that it turned out to be the 6th grade fire seed, purple heart, profound fire that she dreamed of. Wang Yang's flame, because it absorbed the fire and water in the Qilin horn, became the Qilin fire, and then became the 7th grade Qilin, heavenly fire under the quenching of the Yin fire tribulation. It was already at the same level as the pure Yang true fire collected in the Chunying Palace, and Yang Chen did not need to bother to find a fire seed. The problem of the master ancestor was solved, so his master naturally had to be put on the agenda. It just so happened that the appearance of the purple heart, profound fire, satisfied this wish of Yang Chen. Looking at Gao Yu's surprised appearance, Yang Chen's heart was full of satisfaction. It could make his master so happy, not to mention the 6th grade fire seed. Yang Chen was willing to take out a higher level fire seed. However, with Gao Yu's qualifications in fire control, even if she reached the Yuanying stage, the highest grade of fire seed that she could absorb was the 6th grade fire seed, and it would never be higher. Unless she also learned Wang Yang's method and used the Yin fire tribulation to temper and upgrade the purple heart, profound fire, to the purple heart, heavenly fire. This was a long time in the future, and there was a long time ahead. At least Yang Chen would not have to consider this problem for hundreds of years. Although the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire also needed to be fused with the fire seed. At present, the 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade fire seeds were enough for Yang Chen to spend decades to fuse. When he needed the 6th grade fire seed, maybe Yang Chen would have been able to find more fun from other channels. Gao Yu was already immersed in ecstasy. Yang Chen had quietly found her the purple heart, profound fire. From then on, the fire attribute spirit power would not have to worry for at least hundreds of years. How could she not be happy? Of course, the happiest thing was Yang Chen's intention. Wherever he went, he did not forget to find the right thing for himself. This was what made Gao Yu most moved and the most happy. If it weren't for Gong Sunling being around, Gao Yu would hate to be in Yang Chen's arms again and share this extreme happiness with him. Master, this fire seed, you take care of it properly. When Gao Yu calmed down a little, Yang Chen reminded, first slowly get familiar with the heat of the purple heart, profound fire, and when you are almost adapted, you can unlock the first layer of the formation. Step by step, if you want to fully absorb it, it will take at least 100 years, no hurry. Gao Yu certainly understood this truth. But this was a 6th grade fire seed. How could Yang Chen make Gao Yu completely calm down in a few words? Yang Chen understood Gao Yu's mind and didn't say much. After reminding her, he turned to senior sister Gong Sunling. He took out 2 1st-grade inner sensing pills from the merit ring and handed one to his senior sister. Chapter 661. This is the inner sensing pill, the 1st grade. Senior sister can take one first and feel the qi and blood spirit power in her body. There were good things to give to his own people, Yang Chen said with a smile. Although it can't form a nascent soul, it is more or less helpful for cultivation. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling certainly knew about the inner sensing pill that was widely circulated in the outside world, but they had never had the chance to see it. Now that Yang Chen took it out, it just satisfied their curiosity first. Gao Yu was also attracted, carefully put away the jade box, and then took another inner sensing pill from Yang Chen's hand and put it in front of her eyes to observe it carefully. They have already taken the 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill given by Yang Chen. The 2 women were not surprised that Yang Chen took out the 1st grade inner sensing pill for them. After appreciating it for a while, then under the gesture of Yang Chen, they swallowed the medicinal pill in their hands into their abdomen. The 1st grade inner sensing pill did not need to arrange a soundproof formation to offset the sound damage, and 10 times the sensory enhancement was within the bearable range. But Yang Chen was still careful to stay by the side. Once there was a problem, he could solve it at any time. The process of the inner sensing pill's miraculous effect was very normal, and there was no abnormality. The 2 women also enjoyed the taste of feeling the qi and blood spirit power in their body. After the medicinal effect of an inner sensing pill was completed, the 2 women had some insights and sat quietly and began to savor it. Yang Chen did not disturb them. He took out an inner sensing pill and swallowed it, and began to feel the medicinal power silently. Speaking of it, this was the first time that Yang Chen swallowed the inner sensing pill that he had refined. The 2 elders, Qiao Ming and Su Qingxin, because they appeared at the right time, it was equivalent to taking the initiative to act as a test subject for him, letting him confirm that the medicinal pills of the monster race also worked for human cultivators. His senses suddenly improved, and Yang Chen also used this extremely keen sense to understand the qi and blood spirit power in his body. The process did not last long, and Yang Chen was very happy to find that for the time being, there was no deviation in his cultivation, and everything was on the normal track. Perhaps it was because of this trip out to gain experience, the 2 women had indeed gained a lot. After swallowing the inner sensing pill this time, the process of perception was surprisingly long. For several days, even Yang Chen controlled the profound spirit furnace to absorb a 3rd grade fire seed, and the 2 women did not wake up from that state of perception. Carefully taking care of his master and senior sister, Yang Chen started to think about his next plan while absorbing the fire seed. Now that he had received the remuneration from the Blue Cloud sect, he would simply refine the questioning inner heart pills at one time. Then, after absorbing these fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen would consider going to the vein of 7th metal true essence left by Tai Bai Jinxing. If all goes well, the 7th metal true essence congealing Dan and Yang Chen will return to the East China Sea. On the one hand, it was to collect more 10th water true essence. On the other hand, it was to try to open the remaining restrictions in the Dragon Palace treasure house. On the East China Sea side, Yang Chen planned to stay at least until the 10th water true essence congealing Dan. Then Yangchen planned to collect more than a dozen flying swords left by a certain Immortal, and use them to make life source magic weapons for his master and senior sister. Of course, in the process of the journey, Yang Chen would use the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to absorb those flames at any time, and the level of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire would be upgraded again. It was estimated that it would take at least 20 or 30 years to do all this, just in time to take Mu Bo and the Cypress monster family back to the sect, and then he could hit another future genius. The plan was good, but it was a pity that there was no arrangement to find trouble with the Taishimen during this time. At present, Yangchen and Chunying Palace needed to take advantage of the Taishimen's eagerness to restore their strength to explore a way for the sect to recruit monster cultivators on a large scale. It was not that Yangchen did not want revenge, but revenge was not as simple as killing Yanglan. The sect master of the Taishimen, including the entire Taishimen, with a target of Yangchen's revenge. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Yangchen had enough patience. Moreover, with the strength and influence of the enemy to strengthen himself, and in turn, eliminate the enemy. Wasn't the taste of this revenge more wonderful? Gao Yu and Gong Sunling woke up from the understanding of the inner sensing Dan and were more curious about the second-grade inner sensing Dan. However, at this time, Yang Chen did not intend to give it to the two women. At least, he had to wait for their cultivation base to be consolidated for decades before using it. For the time being, the effect of the first-grade inner sensing Dan was enough. Yang Chen wanted to refine the questioning inner heart pill, and the two women also wanted to spend more time with Yangchen. They stayed here to accompany Yangchen, and at the same time to protect Yangchen. However, before the alchemy, Yangchen still planned to take a year or two to absorb all the fire seeds in his hands into the profound spirit furnace. The upgrade of the profound spirit furnace also meant that the grade of the medicinal pill would be higher and the alchemy would be easier. The spiritual awareness double cultivation was naturally carried out in turn. This kind of cultivation method that was of great benefit to the spiritual awareness of both sides, Yangchen would never waste it. Anyway, the two women had already cultivated with Yangchen, and everyone could accept the spiritual awareness double cultivation. Here, Yangchen was proceeding according to his own plan in an orderly manner, but outside, there was an uproar because of the inner sensing Dan. Fortunately, the sect that had the pill recipe of the inner sensing Dan had already successfully refined the first-grade inner sensing Dan within a year. Although the number of medicinal pills in a furnace could not be compared with Yangchen's, they had already obtained a few inner sensing Dan that had been refined, which also marked the complete success of the refining of the inner sensing Dan. The efficacy of these inner sensing Dan was almost exactly the same as the first-grade inner sensing Dan refined by Yangchen. It could also improve the sensory sensitivity by 10 times, allowing people to explore their own body's blood and spiritual power. When many masters of the peak Jian stage, who were on the verge of breaking through, took the inner sensing Dan with great anticipation. Just like Su Qingxin at the beginning, they also understood some deviations in their own cultivation, but they could not take the last step in any case to trigger the heavenly tribulation and begin the process of forming their nascent soul. With this question, countless people returned to Chunying Palace and inquired about it for a long time. They got the news from an elder of Chunying Palace that the reason why Qiaoming and Su Qingxin could break through was not the first-grade inner sensing Dan in their hands, but the second-grade inner sensing Dan that had been refined by the second grade. While secretly cursing Chunying Palace for being unkind, a bunch of alchemists started a new round of refining the inner sensing Dan. However, the result this time was unacceptable to everyone. After spending a lot of hundreds of years of elixirs, the first-grade inner sensing Dan that had been formed when they were refining the second grade, all of them failed without exception, and none of the medicinal pills were preserved. Some people who did not believe in the heresy had refined it twice in a row, and all of them ended up with a furnace of coke. This second-grade inner-sensing Dan was still firmly held in the hands of Chunyang Palace. Chapter 662. Anyone who knew a little about the previous situation of Chunyang Palace knew that all this seemed to have happened after Yang Chen joined Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's reputation as an alchemist master started from refining the heaven-seizing pill. When Elder Wu Xiong gathered the alchemists to refine the heaven-seizing pill, Yang Chen was regarded as an errand boy. But it was this errand boy who finally turned the rotten into the magical and completed the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. At first, there were still people who had the idea of Yang Chen's pill recipe, and more than one. Helian Yin, the Xiong family, plus some sect, including Taishimin, were upset with Yang Chen for this, and asked for it on the grounds that Yang Chen took the Xiong family's pill recipe. As a result, after being refuted one by one, Helian Yin was beheaded and the Xiong family was exterminated. After the emergence of the questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chen had firmly sat on the throne of the alchemy master, and no one could shake it anymore. The questioning inner heart pill had been studied by several big sect, but their respective Yuaning stage alchemy masters could not refine it. Everyone could say that there was no pill recipe for the questioning inner heart pill, and they could only rely on their own research to find various reasons such as inconvenience, inaccuracy, and so on. Now, it was not easy to have an inner sensing pill with a pill recipe, but the alchemy masters of several sects could not even succeed in the second-grade refining. The alchemy talent that Yang Chen showed to outsiders at this moment simply made countless people secretly drool. What kind of dog shit luck did Chunyang Palace have to recruit this kind of alchemy genius as a disciple? Because the name of Yang Chen was too big, and the things involved were also very important. Many sect members have learned about Yang Chen's origin. Even when he was a disciple of the outer sect in Chunyang Palace's Yixiu Villa, he was suppressed by the disciple Chu Heng. Later, in the duel with Li Qingqin, some clues were strung together. Yang Chen didn't go through anyone's guidance. He relied purely on some miscellaneous books that he liked to read and had such cultivation and alchemy methods. How could those guys who claimed to be senior alchemists endure this? Among the Taishimin, a young disciple was standing in front of the sect master. He was carefully waiting for the sect master and the elders to question him. This young disciple did not seem to have a high cultivation level. He was only in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and was about to enter the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. However, there was still a certain gap between him and core formation. The young man was very familiar. If Yang Chen was present, he would be able to recognize that the young man was Yang Lan, his former enemy. However, at this moment, Yang Lan still had the arrogant posture in front of Yang Chen. He was careful and did not dare to breathe. In the face of a group of elders of the Yuaning and Deshang stage, it was good that he did not tremble. Yang Lan, Yang Chen is your fellow countryman? The sect master did not speak, but an elder of the Yuaning stage asked, and it was an acquaintance who had been to Chunyang Palace, Mao Qi, the hall master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taishimin. Reporting to the hall master, Yang Chen is indeed a fellow countryman of this disciple. Even if it was only Mao Qi who spoke, Yang Lan did not dare to neglect and hurriedly replied, "He and this disciple are from the same village. We also came together to participate in the selection of the outer sect disciples of the Taishimin." What? Hearing Yang Lan's words, the sect master and the elders, who had been sitting in the back and had not spoken, almost jumped up. An elder who looked like he was in his 30s shouted directly at Yang Lan, "He came to participate in the selection of our Taishimin disciples." "Yes, elder." Yang Lan was almost kneeled down by the elder and quickly replied, "But he was unlucky and was not selected at that time." Unlucky? As soon as Yang Lan's words came out, there was an elder who smiled bitterly. "It's not so much that he is unlucky. It's better to say that we are unlucky. Such a good seedling. It happened to be in our sect's selection of disciples, and he has not yet shown his spiritual root." Yang Lan listened to the words of the elders, and his heart moved. He raised his head slightly and made a gesture of wanting to speak, but hesitating, then quickly lowered it and returned to his original state. If someone hadn't been staring at him, maybe they wouldn't have found out what he had done. But who were the people present? The worst one was also a Yuanying stage elder. Although Yang Lan's movements were slight, how could he escape the attention of anyone? Do you have anything to say? Although Mao Qi, the hall master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, has lost his own flying sword, he has not lost his identity as the hall master. When he saw Yang Lan's small movements, he immediately asked, Disciple, it's hard to say. Yang Lan's performance was a little uneasy, and he repeatedly claimed to be two disciples, and finally squeezed out 3 words, it's hard to say. Mao Qi's brow wrinkled immediately. In front of the sect master and the elders, he even dared to say that there was something that was hard to say. He snorted at Yang Lan, and the momentum was slightly released, and he ordered mercilessly, Say it! Yes, Yang Lan's body was very natural, and he promised a sentence, completely with a look of fear and trepidation. Under the pressure of the Yuanying stage master, he, a disciple of the late foundation stage, did not directly collapse in place, which was already a very good performance. Yang Qin did not test his spiritual root that year. Mao Qi reprimanded him with pressure, where would he dare to hide anything, and quickly said, When he entered the mountain gate, I don't know what he saw and shouted. Then there was a master uncle who said that he roared at the mountain gate and threw him directly out of the mountain gate. After listening to Yang Lan, including the sect master, all the elders had an expression on their faces. Because he shouted he was thrown out of the mountain gate? It doesn't matter if he was thrown. But he directly threw an alchemy genius to the Chunyang Palace, when they thought that he was originally the treasure of the Taishamen. But because of such a small thing, he became a disciple of another sect. Everyone's mood was simply indescribable. A kid who had never seen the world. When he entered the mountain gate of the Taishamen, naturally everything was new. How big of a thing was it to shout? Was this also called roaring at the mountain gate? Which bastard threw people out? A master of the Deshang stage, who had never spoken, usually didn't care much about the affairs of the sect. The elder who was immersed in cultivation suddenly broke out, and his momentum was like a thunderbolt, pressing against Yang Lan. This elder has been trapped in the middle Deshang stage bottleneck for a long time. After hearing about the questioning inner heart pill, he was excited. But even if it was the Taishamen, they only bought one at the auction house, and it was also used for research. It was not used for a breakthrough at all. Now that he heard that the alchemy master of the Taishamen had become a disciple of another sect, and he was still hopeless to ask for the pill, he suddenly broke out. The majesty of the master of the Deshang stage. How could a small disciple of the foundation stage bear it? Yang Lan was not as strong as Yang Qin, and his spiritual awareness was already heaven-defying. Seeing that Yang Lan was about to suffer, a halo suddenly flashed around him, and the pressure of the elder of the Deshang stage was also blocked outside. Chapter 663. It was the sect master of Taishamen who made a move. He used one of his own protective magic weapons, just to resist the unconscious eruption of the elder, and it was very easy. When the elder saw the sect master make a move, he also realized that his attitude was wrong, and he was looking for the wrong target. Yang Lan came to Taishamen with Yang Qin, and it was not him who threw Yang Qin out. Who threw Yang Qin out? The elder asked again. This time the voice was a lot slower, but it was still full of anger. This disciple doesn't remember. Yang Lan seemed to have been frightened. He just called out, and he didn't dare to say more. It was no wonder that it was already more than 100 years ago, and at that time, who would think that it was a big thing? Who would deliberately remember who threw people out? Find out which year Yang Lan joined our sect. All the guys who are responsible for recruiting outer sect disciples that year all go to the law enforcement hall to be punished. Everyone will face the wall for 10 years. If you find out who threw him out, you will face the wall for 20 years, plus 100 god-slaying whips. The sect master gave a faint command, and immediately the law enforcement hall master went out to make arrangements. Although the voice of the sect master was very light, everyone could hear some dissatisfaction. Such an excellent alchemist. Just because he looked at the beautiful scenery and called out, he completely lost the opportunity, and he was pushed to the hands of the enemy. How could he not be angry? Speaking of which, this Yang Chen is the little guy that Li Qingchen instructed Chu Hong of Chunying Palace to embarrass, right? Another elder also remembered a lot of things. Later, he had a duel with Li Qingchen, and he killed Li Qingchen, right? Originally, with the identity of the big shots present, it was impossible to notice these little things. But first, Yang Chen was now famous, and second, Li Qingchen was also an excellent disciple of Taishimen. Everyone had a little impression of him. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to pull him into my Taishimen. A group of people were discussing here, not to confirm where Yang Chen was from, but to think of ways to pull Yang Chen over to the Taishimen side. Originally, he found that Yang Lan was a fellow countryman of Yang Chen. This relationship might be used. However, it would be hard to say if Li Qingchen was involved. Back then, Li Qingchen had offended Yang Chen with all his might. He had even persuaded Chu Hong to betray the sect, even though Li Qingchen had died in Yang Chen's hands. Who knew if Yang Chen still bore a grudge against him? No matter what, we have to give it a try first. The gate master finally decided on this point. He said to Yang Lan, recently Yang Chen has been in Chunying Palace. You approach him as a fellow countryman and see if you can try to pull him over. After a pause, without waiting for Yang Lan to ask, the gate master directly gave Yang Lan the bottom line. As long as he agrees, we can give him everything he wants. Cultivation methods, magic weapons, elixirs, spirit stones, materials, beauties, whatever he wants, we will give him. In short, we will give everything that Chunying Palace can give, even more than that. As long as he can join my Taishimen, everything will be fine. This disciple accepts the decree. Yang Lan's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized that this was an unprecedented opportunity. After bowing and agreeing, he seemed to think of something. He bowed again and asked, Gate Master, if Yang Chen is under pressure because of his betrayal, how should I reply? As long as he is willing to join my Taishimen. If Chunying Palace has any opinions, we can just take the opportunity to destroy them. We can't give them a chance to become stronger. The gate master gave the answer without thinking. This disciple understands. Yang Lan knew that he should leave. This was not a place where he could stay all the time. However, it seemed that because of Yang Chen, he had also fallen into the eyes of the high level. As long as things were done beautifully, he would not worry about his future in the future. After retreating, Yang Lan did not even return to his residence. After leaving the hall, he went straight to the mountain gate and quickly flew in the direction of Chunying Palace. His actions caused a few of the higher-ups who had been observing him to nod slightly. This person had a decent attitude when it came to handling matters. It was not until he left the Taishimen mountain gate for hundreds of miles that Yang Lan's face showed a strange smile. Among the guys who were responsible for receiving the disciples of the outer mountain gate, there was one who had always been against Yang Lan. Yang Lan just took this opportunity to honestly tell the fact that Yang Chen was expelled, and that guy immediately suffered retribution. Although a lot of innocent people were hurt, Yang Lan did not have the slightest guilt. They were unlucky, who made them so close to that guy in the past. However, in Yang Lan's eyes, there was still a strong sense of jealousy. Yang Chen, a country bumpkin, unexpectedly had a big reputation, even stronger than him. How could Yang Lan, who had always been arrogant, accept this? From childhood to adulthood, Yang Lan was the best in the village, including his sister. No one could compare to him. No matter what, Yang Lan wanted to occupy the best position. Even the apprentice had to join the largest sect of Taishimen. In just 100 years, Yang Lan had cultivated to the late stage of the foundation stage. Although he was not comparable to those amazing genius disciples, he was also a rare, outstanding disciple. But what Yang Lan never thought of was that Yang Qin, who was originally a waste in the village, had actually cultivated to the Jeton stage and also became a master of alchemy. If it was someone else, maybe Yang Lan's heart would be a little better, but it was Yang Qin, which made Yang Lan crazy with jealousy. This time, he had to follow the order of the sect to win over Yang Qin. It was conceivable that when he saw Yang Qin, Yang Lan had to put on a humble attitude, which made Yang Lan even more angry. If he couldn't win, how would the sect deal with him? From the answer to the last question given to him by the sect master, Yang Lan had already guessed some attitudes. Since he was not a person of Taishimen, he must find ways to remove him. He couldn't watch Yang Qin grow up and become a big problem for Taishimen. After thinking about this, Yang Lan suddenly understood what he should do. Yang Qin, this guy, let him be proud for a few days, and then he would cry in the future. Yang Qin, who was absorbing the fire in the sect, suddenly received a notice from the sect, saying that a former fellow villager had come to the door. Yang Qin was very surprised, and he never thought that it was Yang Lan. Later, when he heard that Yang Lan of Taishimen came to see him, Yang Qin was stunned, and then he laughed. He thought that this guy had died silently in the explosion of the welcoming array. He didn't expect him to be alive. This was the opportunity that God gave to Yang Qin to avenge himself. How could Yang Qin not laugh happily? Chapter 664. Yang Qin has been absorbing those fire seeds for more than a year. There were a lot of 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade fire seeds, and it took a lot of time. 1 year was only enough for Yang Qin to absorb all the 3rd grade fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. The 4th grade fire seeds took a longer time, and each one took at least half a month. Yang Qin now had at least 30 kinds of 4th grade fire seeds on his body. He had just absorbed 4 or 5 kinds, and he received a notice from Yang Lan's visit. This time, Yang Qin was not in retreat, he was just cultivating in the Immortal's cave, and the news from the outside was sent in smoothly. Hearing that there was an old friend of Yang Qin who came to visit Yang Qin, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not stop him, and directly sent the news to Yang Qin. For Yang Lan, Yang Qin hated him. However, all along, Yang Lan was nesting in the Taishimen and did not come out, and Yang Qin did not find a suitable opportunity to start. Although Yang Qin could sneak into the Taishimen and kill Yang Lan without anyone knowing, this lacked the feeling of Yang Qin being open and above board. In particular, after Yang Qin detonated the welcoming array of Taishimen, tens of thousands of Taishimen's outer sect disciples died, and many disciples in the foundation stage were also killed. Yang Qin always thought that Yang Lan had died in the chaos, but he didn't expect this guy to be so lucky. This was even better. It was simply that the heavens were also following Yang Qin's intention, so that Yang Qin could have the opportunity to kill the blood feud of his previous life. At the thought that he would be able to see Yang Lan, the culprit, Yang Qin even trembled with excitement. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling didn't worry about him. They thought that Yang Qin was happy to hear that there was a visit from a fellow villager. Whether they were close or not, they were from the same hometown. This was human nature. Seeing that Yang Lan certainly did not need other people to accompany him, Yang Qin quickly came to the Mountain Gate guest house of Chunyang Palace. Along the way, Yang Qin was wondering what kind of attitude he should use to treat Yang Lan. In any case, now that Yang Lan was visiting, he was a guest from afar. Yang Qin had to ask about the right and wrong and kill him immediately. This was the courtesy of being the master. Although Yang Qin and the Greatest Heaven sect had an irreconcilable hatred, the two countries did not kill the envoys. Now, even if Yang Lan was the envoy, let him live for a while. The other party came to the door at this time. There must be some action. Otherwise, Yang Qin's reputation was not just a day or two. How could he not see Yang Lan? Yang Lan! Entering the guest house, Yang Qin saw Yang Lan drinking tea in the guest house. Although his heart had long been angry enough to want to pull out his sword and cut Yang Lan immediately, Yang Qin still suppressed this impulse. He even made a surprised look on his face. He cried with a little surprise, "Is it really you?" Compared with the surprise on Yang Chen's face, Yang Lan was more like a calm young master. He held the teacup in an elegant posture with one hand and a seemingly noble smile on his face. Then he said, "Sit." This was the guest house of Chunying Palace, but Yang Lan put on the posture of the host. That kind of tone made Yang Chen want to laugh. "Long time no see." Yang Chen seemed to walk forward naturally and sat on the other side. Yang Lan had already sat in the main seat. The seat left for Yang Chen was naturally the guest seat. After sitting down, Yang Chen naturally greeted him, and then used a previous title, "Young Master Yang." "It's been a long time." Yang Lan listened to Yang Chen's title of Young Master Yang, and there was a smile on his face. This was what Yang Chen and other farmers called Yang Lan when they were in the village. Yang Lan had not heard it for a long time. Now that he heard it, it seemed to make him feel superior in the village. "I don't know young Master Yang's visit. What can I do for you?" Yang Chen also looked at Yang Lan with a smile. He wanted to see what this guy was going to do. A small sect is a small sect. Even the tea is so low level. Yang Lan took a sip of tea, then frowned and spat out the tea in his mouth. This kind of small sect has no financial resources and no masters. If you stay here, there is no future. Yang Lan very casually threw the teacup that was originally held in his hand elegantly on the table. He ignored the rolling teacup and directly ordered in the tone he was used to in the past. "Come with me. I will give you a good future." Good future? Yang Chen was already a little strange about Yang Lan's attitude. He was a guest, but he put on such a posture. What did this mean? Giving me a good future shows that there is a little intention to poach people, but there is no need to put on such a posture, right? Does he really think that he is still the young master of Yang Village, and everyone has to listen to him? Taishimen is much better than Chunying Palace. Yang Lan had a condescending face. "Don't say that I don't take care of you. There is an opportunity now to take you into Taishimen, the world's largest sect. Go back and pack up your things and come with me immediately." Yang Chen seemed to have guessed Yang Lan's plan. He sat steadily in the same place, and there was no intention of moving. He just squinted his eyes, looked at Yang Lan with a smile, and suddenly said, "I don't even open the conditions. Do you think I am a fool? Or do you think that the elders of Taishimen are fools?" Yang Lan's eyes stared fiercely, as if with a little fire, and with some unwillingness he stared at Yang Chen. "You actually don't intend to draw me to Taishimen, right?" Yang Chen said with a smile, "Yes." Yang Lan didn't feel embarrassed at the moment that his mind was exposed. Instead, he sat very calmly and looked at Yang Chen with a sneer. "You are a small tenant farmer. How can you have such achievements? You want to enter Taishimen? Don't dream. Then how do you explain to the people who sent you?" Yang Chen was amused by Yang Lan and laughed. He had never seen such a person. Even in his previous life, Yang Lan didn't seem to be as stupid as he was. "Explain?" Yang Lan sneered and looked at Yang Chen for a while before he said, "Explain what?" "It's easy. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Not only do you not give the Taishimen face, but you also curse and insult the Taishimen. All the Taishimen will regard you as an enemy of life and death, and they will kill you. How about it? Are you satisfied with this explanation?" "It sounds good." Yang Chen nodded and seemed to agree with Yang Lan's statement. Then he immediately asked, "However, there is a question I forgot to remind you." "I would like to hear the details." Since Yang Lan had made his position clear, he also asked in cooperation. "I am now a Jedon stage master, and you are just a foundation establishment stage junior." Yang Chen said with a smile, "I will give you 1 day. After leaving here, run for your life immediately." Chapter 665. Yang Lan's face became very wonderful. He always thought that he could calculate Yang Chen, and even put on this posture to provoke Yang Chen. It was also because he felt that Yang Chen would be helpless against him. There was no third party present in the conversation between the two. Of course, Yang Lan could say what he wanted. He could even pretend to be more miserable and perform Yang Chen's attitude towards Teichman more badly. All of this was in Yang Lan's calculation. Anyway, he had learned about the attitude of Teichman towards Yang Chen from the inadvertent conversation between the sect master and the elders of Teichman. He just wanted to try it out, especially the last sentence. In order to let Yang Chen dispel the psychological pressure of betraying the sect, he would not hesitate to destroy Chunyang Palace. According to this logic, if Yang Chen does not intend to join Teichman, then it was estimated that there would only be one attitude. That is, if they can't get it, they would rather destroy it than leave it to others. Yang Chen, a master of alchemy, was a treasure in any sect. Maybe he could make the sect rise. This situation was not what any competitor wanted to see. If Yang Chen was just making trouble in Chunyang Palace, it was estimated that there would be no big problem. But now the news that Teichman got was that Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect have deep cooperation with the Green Jade Immortal Island. In this way, the role of Yang Chen would be more and more terrifying. It was not the style of Teichman to sit back and watch the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect become more and more powerful. Although Yang Lan didn't leave the sect much, he also heard several of the so-called deeds of eliminating demons and defending the Tao from the mouth of the predecessors. From these stories, it was not difficult for Yang Lan to analyze the attitude of the Teichman towards the opponents who refused to cooperate. If they couldn't win over Yang Chen, the Teichman would definitely send people to destroy Yang Chen. They would never see that under the influence of Yang Chen, the development of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect surpassed that of the Teichman. Especially now that the Teichman's vitality was greatly damaged, this kind of secretly weakening competitors would appear frequently. Yang Chen was a high-level alchemist, but since he was not a friend, he was an enemy that must be eradicated. The Teichman didn't have to get Yang Chen, so when Yang Lan's feedback returned to the Teichman, Yang Chen was doomed to be a dead man. This kid from a tenant family dared to be better than him. His death was not to be regretted. Yang Lan even enjoyed this process. So what if he was strong? Wasn't he still being played by me? The more Yang Lan thought about it, the more proud he was, and his mood was in a mess. This good mood lasted until Yang Chen gave him advice, but Yang Chen's words made him a little panicked. Yang Chen's cultivation base was higher than him. If Yang Chen wanted to kill him, it would only take a little effort. And Yang Lan, obviously, had not yet reached the point of ignoring life and death. I am the messenger of the Teichman, a guest of Chunyang Palace. In panic, Yang Lan couldn't help but scream, "You can't kill me! So I will give you 1 day to escape." Yang Chen replied with a smile, sitting in the same place, but the opponent had begun to panic. This feeling made Yang Chen also enjoy it and feedback my attitude back to the Teichman. "If you kill me, aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Teichman?" Yang Lan finally understood that Yang Chen would not make a move on him now. His panic mood quickly calmed down, and he asked, "Whether I kill you or not, the Teichman won't let me go, won't they?" Yang Chen laughed. He didn't expect that Yang Lan would have the intention to kill him now. In his previous life, Yang Lan was greedy. In order to snatch his own 10,000 years vermilion fruit, plus he was ambitious, so he would do that kind of thing to himself. In this life, Yang Chen confirmed that from beginning to end, Yang Chen had never provoked Yang Lan. He didn't know why it would lead to Yang Lan wanting to put himself to death. Yang Chen would not understand Yang Lan's thoughts even if he thought about it. It was just because everyone was from the same hometown, and before the practice, Yang Lan's identity was more noble than Yang Chen's. Now Yang Chen's achievements were higher than Yang Lan's, and he was more valued by the big shots. For this reason, Yang Lan had to kill Yang Chen at all costs. But this was also good. At least Yang Chen didn't have to think of any reason to pursue Yang Lan. Since you also understand, then I won't talk much nonsense. Yang Lan had Yang Qin to give him 1 day's time. He was full of confidence and immediately began to be arrogant. I would like to see if you die first or if I die first. Having said that, Yang Lan had already made up his mind. As soon as he left, he would immediately rush back to Taishanmen. Even if Yang Chen was capable, it was impossible to enter the Taishanmen mountain gate to kill people, right? Anyway, as long as he survived the time when Yang Chen was killed, he could swagger out. I would like to remind you of 2 points. Yang Chen still sat still, very kind, and smiled and extended 2 fingers. I would like to hear the details. Yang Lan picked up his clothes, sat upright, and put on the elegant posture. First, Yang Chen bent a finger and looked at Yang Lan calmly and said, I am an alchemist, and I am still a senior alchemist. So what? Yang Lan didn't know if it was because of jealousy. Many things were not considered thoroughly, and he asked a very stupid question. It means that if I am willing to use a questioning inner heart pill as a reward for your head, I believe that there will be an elder-level character in Taishanmen who will bring your head to me first. Yang Chen still reminded with a calm voice, but there was a hint of banter in his tone. Just now, Yang Lan's proud face lost its blood color, and he completely forgot about this. He was so jealous that he wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Chen. But he didn't think that Yang Chen could easily kill him even if he didn't have to do it himself. Second, Yang Chen looked at Yang Lan's frightened face, sneered in his heart, and reminded him again, I said that I would give you a day, and now it has been a stick of incense. However, if you want to put your own life on the promise that I am willing to keep, you can spend it here. Yang Lan himself was not the kind of person who could keep his promise. Anyway, he was not swearing with his heart demon, so naturally he would not value it. Listening to Yang Chen, he was even more shocked. If Yang Chen did it here, he would not even have a chance to resist. This time, Yang Lan no longer dared to sit in front of Yang Chen. He stood up and fled in a hurry. He even tripped on the low threshold at the door. After stumbling out a few steps, he stabilized his body. Without saying anything, he summoned his flying sword and flew out of the mountain gate.